actually still waiting for an update about the Courtney Campbell Causeway and the Gandy Bridge. The westbound lanes had closed. As far as we know, the eastbound lanes are still open. I can't imagine anyone's driving on them, but we'll of course keep you updated once we know those bridges are fully closed. And we do also have an important advisory from the Polk County Sheriff's Office. You can see this picture right here. 2 streets are flooded and impassable. One of them in Lakeland at Reynolds Road at Main Avenue, and also in Winter Haven, 42nd Street Northwest at Avenue Q Northwest. Both are flooded. You see in these pictures, they're advising people to avoid the areas. Basically, just don't be on the road anyway. But if you are for some reason on the road, don't drive through the flooded waters. Don't walk through the flooded waters. Again, we're going to have that issue of we don't know what's actually in the water on the road. So just avoid these flood waters.
It's also just the beginning. We're going to see a lot more of these roads flooded, especially if that debris gets kind of trapped in the drains there. So just be patient with us throughout the night and make sure you stay in place at this point. Also, take a look at this. The city of Tampa just posted these pictures to social media. This is the Krause pumping station, now protected by this orange tube that you see here. This is called a Tiger Dam. This protects the building from storm surge. Protecting the pump station is crucial because this does ensure that the wastewater will continue to flow during Hurricane Milton. We're told that the National Guard actually worked for more than 24 hours to get this Tiger Dam installed. It's interesting because I covered Hurricane Ian, and so many of the stormwater systems failed because the flooded waters got into the utility stations. That's why you see a lot of these cities turn off the waters on the barrier islands, because they're doing it ahead of time to protect our utility stations and our water systems. Because after Ian, I didn't have water for 9 days. That's no bathing, no flushing the toilets, no eating or drinking. It was miserable. But to have these flood protections in place, and we saw it after Helene outside of TGH. Do you remember that video?
Yes.
It's just crucial for the storm surge.
Yeah, so outside of TGH, they had that wall that worked really well. It's incredible technology. We do want to go to some drone video. This is from the Gulf of Mexico, and you're looking at waves from Hurricane Milton. This was shot by NOAA. If you get seasick, maybe just look down for a little bit. The storm obviously getting closer to our coast, and as Dennis mentioned earlier, the strongest winds are going to be closest to the eye of Milton. I believe he said 5 to 7 miles. And this is a dangerous hurricane, no matter where it makes landfall. But again, this drone video by NOAA.
And it's 5:10 here. I wanted to say, now that I'm joining you, Lauren, you know, we're so incredibly honored that you're even trusting us and watching us right now. This is going to be an overnight event. We also know that we're tired. We're not even 2 weeks from Helene, so there's a lot of stress and fatigue happening with all of this. But when you're tired, it's hard to make decisions, and that's why we're trying to be here for you to keep you as informed as possible so you can make the best decision for your family. So I just wanted to personally say thank you for trusting us, and you know, we're part of your same neighborhoods, and we're feeling the same anxiety as well. Yeah. We also have reporters everywhere, so you don't have to be going outside during the storm and looking at it yourself. This is as Hurricane Milton continues to barrel towards the state of Florida. Residents in the Palma Vista neighborhood in Bradenton are gearing up to ride out the storm.
Yeah, that's where we find ABC Action News anchor Paul LaGrone. Paul, you were talking to a sweet couple from Boston earlier who stayed. I really related to them, used to nor'easters and not hurricanes. You're not in an evacuation zone right now, so obviously it's raining a lot, but how have conditions changed for you?
Yeah, Carl and Gigi, really sweet couple. They're right there behind us right here watching it as everyone else is unfold. And I'll tell you, the rain right now is really what we're feeling at this moment. We are seeing some trees start to sway, some palm trees, what you would expect. A measured wind gust around 50 plus miles an hour, sustained around 30. The rain spraying off the roof here. So that's kind of what we're dealing with at this moment. Just to give you a sense of where we are, this is the Palma Vista, Palma Sola area. We are about, I would say, 2.5 miles from the Manatee River. The Bradenton Police Department just put out on Twitter, X, if you will, that the Manatee River has already appears to be flooding and has overflowed its banks. There's some street flooding happening there closer to the river. That is about a few miles to the north of where we are. We're also a few miles north of IMG, the famous sports academy where star athletes all over the country, basically a boarding school for them, just to give you a sense of where we are. And we're about a couple of miles inland from the Intercoastal. So we're in an area that is surrounded by water. Now, this neighborhood here, elevation around 22 feet. The expected storm surge that Dennis was just talking about has it around 9 to 13 feet. So you're going to have streets that are going to be flooded. We even saw, as we were driving in today, some sort of pre-storm flooding happening with the outer bands. It doesn't take much to flood this area. But where we are right now, I would say is insulated from that flooding, but it's almost like an island in the sense that it's dry, or at least not flooded, but the area surrounding here could see some major flooding as the storm surge starts to come in. And then when it comes to the wind, that's kind of the X factor that we're working with right now, because how strong will that wind be? Will we get the full 120 with the Eyewall? We're getting a gust right now. And just to give you a sense of where I am, I mean, the rain is coming right off the roof of the house where we're staying, hitting me right in the face. And it's coming from this direction. So will we get that Eyewall that we've seen play out? Will it go further north? Will it make the turn right into Manatee? That is the ultimate real-time X factor that we're working with right now. But I can tell you the rain is starting to pile up. Storm surge, I would say, is probably we're not getting the full effect of that yet. But it's starting to phase in hour by hour. This is what you're going to get a clearer picture as we're all watching this unfold together. And so, I think just to put a final touch on this, and Dennis and the meteorologists know this better than I do. Trying to figure out if this thing is going to continue to track north. Will it go one more click into the bay, which would obviously not be good news? Will it stay in the line that it is projected now and come over Manatee, Bradenton, where we are, and perhaps Palmetto? And how much wind will we see? How much storm surge will we see? How much rain will we see? And in effect, how much flooding will we see? We're still early. I know this thing is moving at 17, 16 miles an hour, which in a sense is good, having covered too many hurricanes to count in my previous time, even before I got to Tampa. I always preferred a storm that would come in quickly and leave quickly. I always prefer that, and I think everyone does, rather than the slow-moving soaker that just stays over you. So there is some silver lining perhaps there. It's just too early to kind of characterize good news, bad news. I don't want to go there because you just don't know until you're really in it, until you're through it. Because you can feel something that's perhaps not feeling as bad as what you expected in one area, but somewhere else is getting it worse than they thought. There's a lot of moving parts to this puzzle that make up this hurricane. And so to characterize it, it's just difficult to do. But I will tell you that the folks here, and it wasn't just Gigi and Carl that decided to stay, and they did not board up their home, and they felt comfortable staying here. Other folks did board up their home. Apparently, a lot of people did stay here and are going to ride it out come what may. So that's the very latest here in Bradenton, in Manatee County, where, like you, in Tampa Bay and parts beyond, we're just sort of watching, waiting, and feeling the effects of Hurricane Milton and wondering, what are we going to see and when are we going to see it? Back to you guys.
Definitely a lot of emotions, not knowing exactly where this is going to go, and either north or here or south. Either way, our neighbors are going to be impacted, and so many of our neighbors were hurt after Helene.
And it's tough because if it doesn't go one place, it goes the other place.
Yeah, and our hearts, it's all in our viewing area. It's all of our neighbors, literally, people that we report with and talk to every day. So, of course, we're going to be here with you, and we have our teams out all over the area. Our team coverage for Hurricane Milton does continue in Pinellas County now. Again, we were just talking about this. It got so hard hit by Hurricane Helene. We still got a ton of storm debris lining the streets there.
Yeah, ABC Action News reporter Eric Waxler is live for us in downtown St. Pete tonight. Eric, you're a little bit elevated. Conditions definitely got worse in St. Pete since we last talked with you. What is it like there now?
Yeah, absolutely, Lauren. In the last hour or so, we have seen the wind really pick up, and the rain as well. And just take a look. We're here right on Central Avenue in downtown St. Pete, and we've just seen the conditions just deteriorate really fast. We've actually seen some people still out driving around, which is beyond me at this point. But if you look down, that is 17th Street, as we see somebody on the road right now turning on to 17th Street. And you see there's a tree down there already as the water starts to puddle up. and he's probably figuring out which way to go because there's a tree in the road, and the conditions are only going to get worse. I mean, we're just seeing the front end of the storm now, but as you just heard from Dennis and our weather team, if this storm does in fact inch closer to the bay, that is not good news for all the people here in St. Petersburg that just dealt with all the storm surge from Hurricane Helene, because we're talking about so many communities, St. Pete Beach, northeast St. Petersburg, that just can't take any more water. And all of St. Petersburg is really in jeopardy at this point with that storm surge. We see some people trying to enjoy themselves. These are brand new, relatively new apartment buildings here, and we've been keeping an eye for the lighter side of things on the Jack Skellington Halloween decoration up there. And yeah, they know they're on TV. We've been yelling across at each other, and they're trying to make the best of it. And I guess we know when Jack Skellington flies away that things have really gotten bad. But on a more serious note, people here, the city government put out an alert yesterday about the cranes. I mean, we've all seen, if you've been to downtown St. Petersburg, those cranes that are working on new towers going up, and those things can only withstand so much. So if winds do reach over 100 miles an hour, there is definite concern about what could happen to those cranes. I did a little bit of research and saw there have been cases where cranes have crashed down from high winds in other parts of the country in the past. Of course, we hope that does not happen here, but there was a warning put out that if you do live near one of those cranes, that you should probably relocate yourself, or at least not be near the windows, because obviously we can only imagine the devastation if one of those things came toppling over. Also, just to give you another perspective here, that's 275 right now. There's somebody just driving by. I've seen emergency vehicles going on 275, not too many regular cars or trucks, but there are some people for some reason that are out on the highway right now that have chose to venture out into this as conditions get worse. Now, we're here at the True Hotel by Hilton on Central Avenue, and this place is a 7-story building, so we're feeling secure. We're on the 3rd floor right now, and this is the lobby in here, and there are actually dozens, obviously hundreds of people that have taken refuge in this hotel, and we're going to go talk to a couple of them inside here. Hey, everybody. And people from nearby have chosen to come here to stay safe. Some of them have had to deal with the flooding from Hurricane Helene, and they don't want to deal with it again. So they're here. This is all one family, right?
Yeah.
For the most part.
You can say it. We're the Hurricane family.
The Hurricane family. So I introduce everybody.
I'm Michelle. This is Liv, my daughter, Safina, Robin, Devin, and this is Titus over here. And we met during the hurricane, actually, our little hurricane party here.
Right. Everybody is turning into a family here. They're playing pool, they're playing chess, they're eating food. What brought you here?
The flooding, we actually really suffered pretty bad in the Helene. We had about 4 to 5 feet, and our cars are gone, all of that. So it made it pretty difficult to evacuate.
Yeah. And what are you doing to pass the time besides answering silly questions from me?
Well, like you said, we've been playing pool. This place is great. True has been awesome. So a lot of shout out to them. We want to keep the morale high, and it's been going really well. I mean, we made a lot of friends here over the last, 10 hours, I would say. Yeah. So I appreciate it a lot.
I almost feel like we're at the Westminster Dog Show, because I've seen so many dogs that people have brought here. I heard they waived the pet fee here, so that's a nice perk here that they've done to take care of people who are fleeing the storm and the worst of it. And well, I'll tell you, now that we're indoors, it feels a lot better than it was out there, because it is getting definitely rough as conditions here in St. Pete worsen. But we'll be here through the night to show you what's happening. Live in downtown St. Pete, Eric Waxler, ABC Action News.
Eric, thank you so much, because we know it's so difficult for so many families to now have to go through this again. You just heard that they lost their cars and they just went through Helene. Mm-hmm. And the emergency management director in Pinellas County earlier today said, for those of you who were punched in Hurricane Helene, this will be a knockout, as we know. But to hear that, it's good that the family is making the best of it and they're safe and, playing pool, doing what they can in a safe area.
We know so many families are going through this right now, and it's just so tough for so many counties and neighborhoods.
That is probably the hardest part in covering all of this and knowing what we're going to have overnight. Let's go ahead and go down to downtown Sarasota, where we will definitely be feeling both storm surge and high winds there. We're already seeing that with Hurricane Milton, with our Chad Mills live there right now.
Yeah, Chad, how are conditions there now?
Guys, we're at Marina Jack in Sarasota. Downtown Sarasota is in front of me. Sarasota Bay is behind me. And right now we are getting some wind and some pretty heavy rain where we're standing. That's one of the concerns. But the main concern has been, for days here, storm surge, which is expected to rise overnight sometime, perhaps into the early morning hours tomorrow. But if you look out to this peninsula behind me, you can already tell the water is starting to rise here in Sarasota Bay. I would say about an hour ago, this peninsula was squarely out of the water. Now some of those waves are lapping over that peninsula. And yes, there is a person out there fishing right now, which of course is not advisable, but it is what it is right here in Sarasota. The city has, and the county for that matter, Sarasota County, has been, really trying for days to get people out of zones like the one where I'm at. This is A right here in Evacuation Zone A, but they are also ordering people out of B and C. And it looks like over the past couple of days, a number of people, I'd say the vast majority of people did listen to Sarasota County and the city of Sarasota and really got out of here. Driving around downtown Sarasota, you really don't see anyone. We were out on some of the barrier islands yesterday, which are in the distance there with all the rain and wind. They're hard to see. But you can kind of see the silhouette of Bird Key, St. Armand Circle, Lido Key in the area behind it. When we drove through there yesterday, again, there were just not too many people left behind. That is the good news here as they brace for potentially, as Dennis said earlier, 8 to 12 feet of storm surge, worst case scenario here in Sarasota County. Send things back to you guys in the studio.
You can definitely see things getting bad there. Of note, earlier, I saw stairs behind Chad, so he can go up. I know that people might be concerned that he's right there on the water and seeing the water go up. Our crews have done this. We have probably one of the most experienced teams, I feel like, in the world. I'm so honored to work alongside you guys. But our crews know what to do, and there are stairs nearby, so just in case you were worried.
Our crews are in safe locations.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We were just in Sarasota. We're continuing to see the conditions deteriorate there.
Yeah, and that's where we also find ABC Action News reporter Michael Paluska in a different area. Paluska, I hear that wind behind you. What's it been like for you, and how has it changed?
Yeah, we've had some of the bands we've been mentioning come in, and it was actually pretty calm here just about 10 minutes ago. We had another one. My photographer, Reed Moeller, we're actually at an Airbnb, a block construction, super strong. Has a second floor, so he's shooting down on me from the second floor. We have a really good vantage point of this area. We're east of where Chad Mills is in a neighborhood. Ooh, there was a nice bit of lightning. East of Chad Mills, and we just want to show you our area where we're at. The winds are really picking up. This is probably one of the worst bands we've seen so far come through here. And you can see, if you can see the clouds, they're moving due east. That is due north where you're looking. Look how fast those clouds are moving. This thing is whipping through here. Pretty good lightning bolt that just came through. We saw the flash, and it, heard the thunder about 15 seconds, so I'm not really too worried about that right now. We've been picking an area where we can try to report throughout the entirety of this storm. We got this transformer that you see right here. That is obviously concerning. So far, we have power. One of the big concerns in this neighborhood, it's very varied with some of the types of homes. We're in a new construction, brand new. And you see this little house down here with the carport. And we've been looking at this, and hopefully, as this thing verifies, the buzzsaw that Dennis has been mentioning doesn't come through here, because that is extremely concerning. Frame construction, looks like the one next door is brick. That house will hold up a lot better. But as these winds shift, we're going to shift and move around with the storm. As I mentioned, coming around right now from the east, from the southeast, and then it'll swing around the house that we're in. We've been talking to people in this area, and they've told me that they're just saying goodbye to their homes, and they're hoping they're there when they get back. We were on Lido Beach yesterday, and a gentleman was boarding up, and he said, I don't know if I'm going to have a home to come back to. I know, with Dennis mentioning the bay, and the surge kind of dropped, and it's a lot more now because we're going to be that onshore flow. And so with the extreme case now, the surge, as you just saw, 9 to 13 feet, that is unreal. So we're hoping that people have evacuated this area. We already saw what Helene can do, and we're expecting any moment for the Weather Service to potentially push out an extreme wind warning for our area. As you know, the storm's coming in a lot earlier, a lot sooner. We were prepared for maybe a 2 a.m. landfall. Now it's maybe around 10 or 9. So we're going to try to ride this thing out. I think where we are in our block home, we're not in an evacuation zone that's been called. We're in evacuation zone E. We've had some localized street flooding, but I haven't seen anyone out here driving their cars around. We walked around, cruised the neighborhood, no cars in driveways. I think people said, hey, this is pretty dangerous and we got to get out of here. The one thing that concerns me, as we've been hearing, are the people that may have stayed behind. Once it gets to 45 miles per hour, first responders won't be able to come out and get you. And you're going to be calling 911 and you're going to be in your home. And as we've seen with other storms like Helene and Ian and Debbie and Adalia and all these storms that we've been covering, there's no way out once the water comes up. I think people still have a little time to get the heck out if they can, if they're on those barrier islands, and that would be super important because you see this thing coming up where it's coming up, it's going to push a ton of water. So we're going to be out here monitoring this situation for you guys. Nothing crazy now, some tropical storm force winds, maybe a couple of gusts, nothing hurricane strength at this moment. Thinking that might start verifying probably around 8, 9, 10 o'clock as we're in the southern part, the dirty side of the Eyewall that we've been seeing. The track has taken it over our house by a couple of miles, but with this new track that the National Hurricane Center released, we're now a lot farther south, so we'll be stuck in that Eyewall for a while. And so we're going to try to be on air as long as we can and let people know what the conditions are. And obviously, we're going to do it safely. For now, we're live here in Sarasota. Michael Paluska, ABC Action News.
Michael, absolutely great reporting out there. Stay safe. I want to mention that while Michael was talking from Sarasota County just sent out an email. As of 5:15, it is no longer safe to be out on the roadways. Individuals should not be out on the roadways. You should now shelter in place. I know that we have been saying that for the last few hours, but to get that email from Sarasota government to the public as we were in Sarasota County, I felt like I needed to mention that again. At this point, it isn't safe to go out. You should stay in place.
Truly, truly. And we do want to stay in our southern counties now and move now to Manatee County and the Palmetto area.
ABC Action News reporter Katie LaGrone is in Palmetto. And Katie, you are out in the elements right now. You're at a shelter. Is it full with a lot of folks who evacuated? I heard about 10,000 people in Manatee County took the warning.
Yeah, the county is experiencing over 10,000 people in different evacuation shelters. About 18 shelters have been set up. At the one that we're at here, Virgil Mills Elementary, there's more than 1,000 people that have evacuated. That gives you some perspective as to the intensity and the seriousness that people in Palmetto are taking. Just for some perspective, the principal of the school told me for Helene just 2 weeks ago, they had nearly 400 people evacuate. And tonight they have about 1,000, just over 1,000. Right now, outside, we are very close to the shelter. In fact, if I just walk a little bit, I am under the awning. So I want to make sure that viewers know that we are being very, very safe. In fact, I even have the principal outside the doors and a deputy from the sheriff's office. They are not only protecting us outside, thank you guys very much, but they're of course also protecting, more importantly, all the folks that are inside. Just a short time ago, they actually called it. They said, hey, nobody can come outside. People were coming out here, as you can imagine, just to get a breath of fresh air, take a break, talk to each other. This is a pet-friendly shelter, so some people were walking their dogs, and they just came out and say, hey guys, we're done, we're shutting it down. So everybody is now inside, and they are literally manning the doors now to keep people from coming outside because the gusts of wind and the rain is starting to pick up. We have gone through various squalls. I mean, there have been times where, I have been out here or watching, and I mean, you can barely see, what's in front of you because there's just this band of rain and gusts of wind. We're hearing the flapping of signs, of just road signs, stop signs. There's a sign, actually, just Matt, if you want to show the viewers, if you want to just pan down to that sign over there on the left-hand side of your screen, that was flapping. It was making so much noise that we were sort of looking around going, what's going on? And that one was flapping quite a bit. So you have these periodic, as we all deal with this in every storm I've ever covered, where you kind of have this lull where it's relatively, it seems it's fine, just like right now. And then you'll have these squalls of just wind and rain that come through, and it's very gusty, very intimidating. Right now, thankfully, we're in sort of a little bit of a lull, but certainly this is just periodic. It's picking up, it stops, and then it picks up again. But for the most part, what we're seeing here in Palmetto people taking this seriously. I mean, we were out earlier today. Businesses are boarded up, homes are boarded up, sandbags are in place. Lots of mobile homes in the city of Palmetto. I mean, it's a small coastal city, 7 square miles, surrounded by water on three sides. Surge and flooding is, of course, the big issue here, as it is in every part of Tampa Bay. That's what we're sort of keeping watch of. That's what people are keeping watch of. Over at the Manatee River, I heard Paul's live shot where he said that the Manatee County Sheriff's Office is already saying that some of the water is coming into those, coming over the seawalls into the roads there. Not a surprise. I mean, there are parts of Palmetto that flood on an average day, and so certainly this is what they're looking out for. During Helene, and I've said this before, they had about 4 feet of storm surge, and so right now, obviously, the expectation is that they are concerned about 12, even higher storm surge. That will be obviously closer to the water. Here where we are pretty inland. We're about 5, 6, maybe 7 miles away from the Manatee River, so we feel pretty safe. In fact, we're actually staying at an Airbnb just across the street from the shelter. You can see just how many people are here. I mentioned about the 1,000 people inside. I mean, and I should mention, this is actually a shelter, the elementary school, and then right next door is a middle school, and there are people there as well. So this is a packed house. Next door, they've got quite a few people, and so certainly we're hopeful that people will be they're taking care of themselves and they're doing what they need to do. But certainly the concern here is that water, Dennis. I know we're all looking out for that.
Yeah. And the water is, in terms of damage with this system, the water would probably be 80%. The wind might be 15%. Maybe the freshwater flooding might be 5%. So it's all about the surge. But in terms of the wind, we've got 2 things to cover. I'll start with the wind, and Jason can talk about the track and the water. Because overall, when you get this system, as it's getting closer, it is going to spread the highest wind that it has right near the eye. We've been saying 5 to 7 miles for the last couple of days, and I'm certainly not going to change now. Hurricane force winds extend 35 miles out, all right? The extreme winds, maybe 5 or 6 miles. But in those extreme winds, you could see winds of 90, 95, maybe even a little higher. Now, there is a possibility, and it's just a possibility, there's a possibility that the Hurricane Center or the local weather service actually would issue this. It's called an extreme wind warning. And Mike Paluska just mentioned it. And for the life of me, Jason and I still don't know how he knew that. Because we're like, someone texted you that. So an extreme wind warning means winds of 115 miles an hour, sustained. So it is the real deal. Now, there was an extreme wind warning in Bartow with Irma. I remember that because you had this giant hurricane coming in from the south. And none of the area had sustained hurricane force winds. But when it got into Polk County, right around Bartow, we had about a 20-minute stretch where the winds just went nuts, and we had the extreme wind warning issued. So if you get an alert, this is my point. If that were to happen, it would probably be somewhere between southern Pinellas, southwestern Hillsborough, or northwestern Manatee. Probably in that area if it were to happen. If you get an alert on your phone or you hear us talking about it, that is every bit as dangerous as a tornado warning in your area. Extreme wind warnings are the real deal. So if you were to see that, you want to immediately act. There's the eye. We've been saying this for a while now. You can literally split the storm in half. If this were to move through your area at night tonight, and you live south of where this eye is, I've been saying this for a few days, you'll likely see stars. There'll be very little rain. There's still going to be wind, but there will be very, very little rain, and there will be breaks in that cloud cover. So, boy, I'm looking over at that picture. Look at the, guys, can you take Max 1? Look at the picture of the Hyatt in Clearwater here.
It's barely hanging on.
Yeah, check it out. Check out Max 1, guys. There you go. I mean, that's right now.
60's down there. Just hard to see.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's definitely coming in, and let's go back to me, because what are we looking at right there? So there's your storm. There's the eye. Most of the wind right there. The extreme wind right there, coming up close on Sarasota. But what's really noteworthy about this storm is all of the squally weather is at or north of the center. Now remember, this is spinning counterclockwise. So all this red right here is moving away, but there's still a lot over here. And that red, that's just heavy rain. So overall, I talked about the freshwater flooding issues. There's already flash flood warnings in effect. And there will be more heavy rain for hours to come. So we've covered the rain. We've talked about the surge factors. And again, I want to address the surge in the sense that if this storm gets up to around the Skyway, there's bound to be higher surge in the bay. The Hurricane Center did bump down the surge forecast. For days, we've been saying that 10 to 15 is just not going to happen. But here's why they do it, and it makes sense. The goal of the Hurricane Center is to keep you safe. It's to get the weather right, obviously, but it's to keep you safe and to make sure, darn sure, that you are informed, that everything that they know, you know, so you can decide how to keep your family safe. Right now, if you're watching, you're probably hunkered down. Maybe you've got shutters up. Maybe you have plywood up. Maybe you didn't do any of that and you're just hanging in. Maybe you regret not putting up the shutters, or maybe you just didn't have the opportunity to do so. But the point is, we're all here watching this come in, and you based your decision on all your information, right? Everything, you heard it here. You heard it on social media. You heard your neighbors talking about it. Everybody was talking about what was going to happen. And then you made your decision. Well, the Hurricane Center's goal is we're going to tell them the worst case that they could possibly see. And then they make their decision. Because even if it isn't that bad, we would much rather them prepare for the worst and it doesn't happen than to under-prepare and you get hit blindsided. So that is why you saw those numbers of 10 to 15 feet the last few days. When you heard Greg and you heard me and Jason and Shay saying, yeah, we're going to share what the Hurricane Center went with, but we really don't think they're going to see those high of numbers. Now they've come down to 6 to 9 feet. That is a very reasonable forecast. And Greg and I were talking, some of the models are hinting that the highest surge in the bay will be on the south side of the bay, as opposed to the north side. So that's something else we'll have to watch closely. But overall, when you look at these storms, it's humbling in this sense that, you know, we have this technology, we have this experience, we feel like we're pretty good at what we do in forecasting the weather the best that we can. And yet, when a storm gets this close, we're no different than you. We're looking at that. Hey, look, it looks like it went a little right. Hey, look, it looks a little left. It's called nowcasting. In other words, it's looking out the window. That's what I always say. You throw the models out the window and you look out the window and you're 4 or 5 hours out. Well, Jason just noticed something. We were talking about this. It looks like there's another wobble. Now, I don't want to be a dog chasing my tail, and every single time there's a move, oh, look, it went here. I'll never forget, I was watching a national weather guy as a storm was coming into Houston years ago. He's like, oh, look, there's a significant turn. It was a little wobble. And it wasn't a turn, and it went right back again the next 15, 20 minutes. So we don't want to misinform you with a wobble that is not a trend. It's just a short-term thing. But Jason, it's certainly something that we noted. And the reason it's important is because 10 miles, and we're talking about a storm that's 1,000 miles away, and it boils down to a 10-mile wobble, which realistically, and I talked about this a little while ago, and I'll bring it up one more time. A buddy of mine's well-connected in the insurance industry, a meteorologist, and knows about loss, and that's kind of what he deals with in terms of loss from natural disasters. And he was telling me that landfall in Sarasota would be $100 billion in damage if it were a Cat 4 staying at a Cat 4 or higher. He said landfall in the bay at a Cat 4 or higher is $175 billion. The only storm with more would have been Katrina. More than Ian, more than anything. So when we talk about a 10-mile difference, that 10 miles is going into the bay and bringing that water up in the bay as opposed to moving into an area that might have less of an impact, at least for the number of people. But let me be clear before I toss it over to Jason. It's very significant that the Hurricane Center dropped that 10 to 15 foot prediction down to 6 to 9. I know it's still a scary sound, and it is. It's comparable to what Helene did, and Helene destroyed a lot of property and ruined a lot of lives. But at least it's headed in the right direction, and the storm is weakening. And it's wobbling too. Jason, what do you got on that?
Yeah, so still watching the wobbles, of course. Every left or right movement, like you said, is going to make people think one thing or another. The general movement is still to the northeast with wobbles to the left and right. So getting a little bit closer to the Sarasota County coastline at this point. Here's what it looks like in downtown Tampa. And I also want to point out something very important from the National Hurricane Center, what they had said about the northern eyewall of this storm that will likely move through St. Pete, Tampa, and then getting through Hillsborough County and Polk County. Because of this transitioning to what we call an extratropical cyclone, bunch of weather nerd stuff I won't spend time on you with, but when you factor in the situation that we're in with dry air, wind shear, and there are fronts now attached to this system, this is going to be transitioning into an extratropical cyclone. What that means for you and me is that the northern eyewall on the northern side, we've talked about the prolific rain rates that'll be coming out of this system as we go through the next 6 to 8 hour period, but that also is going to increase the winds within the northern eyewall itself. So while the winds may be coming down, we're still looking at a very, very strong northern eyewall, and depending on exactly where that goes, we could be looking at a pretty strong swath of some very, very dangerous winds here as we go into the next couple of hours. And we're waiting to see, like Dennis said, if we're going to get an extreme wind warning. I did talk to the National Weather Service a few minutes ago while Dennis was on, and she said, yes, they will be issuing one. It's not the first one we've had in Sarasota County. There was one in Sarasota County during Ian, and then, of course, during Irma, we had one. But if we get one in the Manatee, Hillsborough, Pinellas County area, it may be the first time we've had one issued here. So like we talked about a second ago, the track generally moving to the north-northeast. We've seen a little left shift, a little right shift now, perhaps a little bit more of a right wobble at this point, but the overall trend, it doesn't matter. The forecast stays the same. Pinellas, Hillsborough, Manatee, Sarasota counties. This is the potential landfall projection here over the next 3 hour period. And then we're going to start to see that northern band moving through St. Pete, Clearwater, Feather Sound, over towards St. Pete, Clearwater International Airport, into the West Chase area, through downtown Tampa, West Shore, down through MacDill Air Force Base, and then eventually east over toward Plant City, maybe over to the Bradenton vicinity as well, where we could be seeing some very strong winds within that northern eyewall. Have to watch the radar every minute to see exactly who's going to be getting the worst, and that's what we're going to be doing here. We have 5 meteorologists here for you tonight, and we're going to keep you posted on minute by minute, hour by hour, who's going to be seeing potentially the worst. So we have a new flash flood warning in effect. I talked about this a couple of hours ago. These flash flood warnings are issued, then they'll be expired, then they'll reissue some new ones. We have 2 new ones over the last hour. The first one's going to be here in Sarasota County. This is also where the outer eyewall is beginning to move on shore. So until 7:45, we have the flash flood warning here for those of you Sarasota and also northern Sarasota County and western Manatee County. The new one in Pinellas County also now includes southwest Pasco County. So this is going until 7:45. Greg tweeted and posted out to our social media accounts about half hour ago, general 5 to 7 inches. Is that what I saw? 4 to 7 inches of rainfall has already fallen, the heaviest in Pinellas County so far. And we've got another 8-9 hour period of these extreme rainfall rates to go, and this is what's unfortunately setting up the potential catastrophe for us, that the 12 to 18 inches of rainfall that falls here from Pasco and Pinellas County east through Hillsborough and getting into Sumter Lake, Hernando County, you're included in this as well. So if you're not getting the extreme winds with the eye to the south, we are getting, unfortunately, the extreme rain along into the north of this path, and we could see rainfall totals 1 foot to 1.5 feet by the time we wrap the system up. Getting a little bit closer inspection here on the eye wall, we have a couple of things that are happening with the eye. We kind of had 2 eye walls as the system is weakening and slowly transitioning to that extratropical system we were talking about. The first one setting up for us is now moving onshore here. That one has 74+ mile/hour sustained winds with it. So in Sarasota, coastal Sarasota, from Nokomis all the way up through Turtle Beach, getting into Siesta Key, downtown Sarasota, and then up toward the airport in southern Manatee County. This is where we're beginning to see those sustained 74 mile/hour winds. The extreme winds, and when the eye starts to get closer to the coast, where we'll likely get that extreme wind warning that Dennis was talking about, are right here in this area. And this is where we're getting the 100+ mile/hour winds. Once those get closer to the coast, anticipate that extreme wind warning, and that will be for sustained winds of 115 miles/hour moving onshore wherever we see this making landfall, Sarasota, Manatee, or southern Pinellas, or southern coastal sections here of Hillsborough County. So that's where the eyewall currently is. Here's where the wind field projections are hour by by hour. So if you're wanting to know when we see the worst in your neighborhood, let me walk you through that here over the next 5 minutes or so. In red, those are the sustained 74+ mile per hour winds. So those are the hurricane force sustained winds. In orange, those are strong tropical storm force sustained winds over 58 miles per hour. And in yellow, we've been here for hours now. Those are sustained winds that are 40 or gusts that get a little bit higher than that. As we go from 6 o'clock to 7:30, the hurricane force sustained winds with gusts possibly at or above 100 miles per hour begin to move in here to southern Pinellas County. We're talking about Tierra Verde, St. Pete Beach, Paso Grill, down toward Fort DeSoto, and then into Manatee County, including Bradenton, Anna Maria Island, Palmetto, down to the southern apex if you're in and around the Mango area, also over towards Parrish. We've got it for you. Lakewood Ranch, Sarasota, Siesta Key, Turtle Beach, Venice, Osprey, just to the north of Nokomis, maybe seeing a little bit more in the way of those stronger winds depending on how close the eye gets to you all. 7:30 is when we're going to start getting the worst of the winds and those widespread power outages unfortunately beginning to happen. Remember, if you lose power, make sure your mobile phone is charged right now. Download our ABC Action News app. You can continue to watch us streaming on your mobile phone if you lose power. Here's what it looks like as we go on through 9 o'clock. Those strong hurricane sustained winds with gusts nearing 100 or passing it are now in a very small area around the eye, but we're looking at that chance now moving into South Tampa, getting into downtown Tampa, West Shore, filling in more of Pinellas County from St. Pete north up to Lealman and getting into Largo. This is where we're looking at sustained hurricane force winds. That also moves into Waimama, Sun City Center over toward Apollo Beach, getting up to the Riverview Gibsonton area. And notice the orange colors with those strong tropical storm force winds are now all the way up through Hernando County, past Pine Island, getting up toward Homosassa here in southern Citrus County. And we're still looking at those hurricane sustained winds through Sarasota and nearly all of Manatee County. Fast forward to 11 o'clock tonight. Those sustained winds are now bullseye sitting over top of Tampa Bay. So it includes Pinellas, Hillsborough, Western Polk, Northwestern Hardy, and getting into most of Manatee and northern Sarasota County. By 11 o'clock, this is when it's going to be the worst for you all. Fast forward to 1 o'clock, eastern Hillsborough County, getting into Polk County. Almost the entire Polk County area will have a chance as we go from midnight to 3 a.m., 4 a.m. to get those sustained winds at 74 miles per hour. And like Dennis said, by this point, weakening as it's moving inland, but still getting gusts that could exceed 90 miles per hour in these areas. And then by 3 o'clock, the system's down to a Category 1 hurricane, continuing to move over to the Space Coast, possibly moving offshore in and around Cape Canaveral. We start to see the winds getting back below tropical storm force by the time we get to about 8, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then we're finishing up with this system at that point, and hopefully not seeing a disaster out there, but unfortunately the strongest storm to hit our area in over 100 years. The scenes aren't probably going to be pretty at all whatsoever. So here's what the rain looks like on the radar, and very important here with Futurecast, and I want to show you this too, because we talked about how this slowly transitioning to that weird extratropical thing we talked about. What happens is on the northern side, that northern eye wall, even as the system weakens, we still continue to see very, very strong winds out of it. That's through St. Pete, Tampa, over to Zephyr Hills, getting into sections of Sonoma-Sassa. There's 8 o'clock. Notice that northern eye wall, that magenta color. Very, very strong winds are going to be moving in with that as we go through 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock here in Tampa, St. Pete, Brandon, Sonoma-Sassa, back to Clearwater, up to Palm Harbor, and getting into Zephyr Hills, Wesley Chapel area. Then as we go to midnight tonight, there's where it shifts inland, and we still hold on to scattered rain bands as we go through 1:30, 2 o'clock into the morning. Still some gusty winds over tropical storm force at this point, and we're wrapping the system up again by 6 to 8 a.m., moving it out into the Atlantic. Sunshine returns tomorrow, and we get those temperatures back up to around 80 degrees. What the system will do behind it is bring in significantly lower humidity, also dropping temperatures, so at least for those of us that are unfortunately likely to lose power over the next few hours, and it may take days or even a couple of weeks to get power back onto the worst hit areas, we could potentially get at least slightly more tolerable air here in Florida. Now, of course, after Helene left and we had over 250,000 people without power in Pinellas County, it took almost a week of temperatures at 90, 95 degrees. We had record high temperatures into the mid 90s as well. That won't be the case with this as our restoration and cleanup works in the next 3 to 5 day period. The power crews will hopefully get things on as quickly as they can, but it looks like we'll get some lower temperatures behind this as we go into the next couple of hours. So that's what it looks like here right now. We're continuing to get the latest updates from the Hurricane Center. Let me go back to the radar just to make sure the extreme wind warning hasn't been issued. Haven't seen it issued yet, but as the eye is now beginning to approach the coast, I expect that to be Sarasota, Manatee, maybe Pinellas and Hillsborough County. This is where we would get those extreme wind warnings. Dennis, want to send it back over to you. What you got, bud?
Yeah, one thing I wanted to note that you're not showing on that radar. Look at the little spin right here. That little spin. So I don't know. Did you talk about water spouts moving onshore, Jason?
No, I did not.
Yeah, you know, that's one other thing to remember. Add it to the list, right? I mean, I hope, you know, you're hunkered down, you're locked into where you are, you're watching us on TV. By the way, I do want to mention this. If you lose power, you can still follow us. It's something that has happened several times in the past. We have radio partners, and I think we have a graphic actually that's out there, but we have radio, there it is, thank you. We have radio partners that are helping us simulcast in some spots of what we are doing as the storm really starts to roll in. And there they are. And it's always challenging. I know Jason and Greg, we've talked about this sometimes in the past. You know, we're used to the TV mentality, and you're like, hey, look at this over here. But people who are listening on the radio can't hear that. So we try to tailor our presentation so folks who are listening on the radio can also understand what's happening. And if you lose power, you have the ability to listen to these radio stations, or you can download our app. And downloading our app is, in my opinion, a great way to do this because, look, if you've lost power, and by the way, you should be charging your phone right now. Let's go back to me, guys. You should be charging your phone right this second and keep it charged. And obviously, because if you lose power, that's your lifeline. So if you lose power, you can still watch us. So all you do is go either on the App Store or Google Play and search ABC Action News. You download the app and you'll be able to watch our coverage. And trust me on this, at night, if you've lost power and the winds are howling outside and you hear trees, branches falling and things rustling around, you're gonna wanna know what's going on. So that's the way you can follow us. You download our app, and at that point, you'll be able to follow us even if your power has gone out. But I repeat, I posted a list of all the things you should do in advance. That's one you can still do, because you're probably scrolling right now, or you're probably looking and trying to get information. Have your phone plugged in, because there's going to be some widespread power outages. And as Jason said, you know, if we get that extreme wind warning that comes through southern Pinellas or Hillsborough and in northwestern Manatee, I mean, that's an area that you are bound to get some significant power outages. So there were a lot of tornadoes on the East Coast. Still are tornado warnings over there, but there it is. Landfall, we're on 9 o'clock. So the eye crosses at about 9, but there's your center. If you were watching DPL the last few days and we showed you the models were very solid on predicting how this storm would look, because there's your eye, kind of ragged, there's the center. All of the weather is north in terms of the rain. And Greg and I were just talking, I mean, the biggest, in fact, he was saying, Dennis, it might be harder for you to get home. I live in Palm Harbor. It might be harder for you to get home. We were worried about having to bypass trees, because it might be harder for you to get home because of the flooding. And we're not talking surge, because they'll have an offshore flow in northern Pinellas and probably central Pinellas. We're talking rainfall, fresh water flooding. So there's your eye. There's the right side, areas of Sarasota. I mean, how close would you say this edge of this eye is to coastal Sarasota?
It's basically there.
It's like almost there. Now it's moving, you know, this way right here. But boy, I mean, I'll tell you, there's probably some pretty solid wind going on right there from Port Charlotte up to Sarasota, and not just the flood warning. And then the heaviest rain, the squalliest weather is on the northern Eyewall. And that's what's going to go on. So tell you what, let's go on back to the anchors. We're going to continue to watch this closely. And the minute we get any kind of extreme wind warning or anything of the sort, we'll come back and let you know. And again, Dennis, charge your phone.
While you do that, just looking at some of the wind gusts, 69 miles per hour in St. Pete, 59 miles per hour at Sarasota Bradenton International, 61 at Albert Whitted in downtown, 58 in Venice. So just now beginning to see those stronger tropical storm force winds. There have been some changes also to the tornado watch. Most of the areas still in it. Our southern spots have been cleared out of that for now. We'll let you know if that changes, but that tornado watch that covered up everybody is now only for Polk County and then Hernando County south to Sarasota County along the coast. Ladies, take it away.
All right, Jason, thank you so much. We want to bring Wendy back in as we are coming in and out over the next few hours. Of course, we're going to be with you through the height of the storm and all throughout the evening. We do have some updates from St. Pete.
Yeah, I was just looking on Twitter. St. Pete police actually sending out a note that as Milton approaches and conditions worsen, they now say all first responder operations will be paused for the safety of our police, fire, and medical teams. They will not be able to respond to emergency calls until it is safe to operate. So, you know, that's why it's so important to hunker down and stay in place. Don't go anywhere. Don't get in your car. Don't try to drive anywhere to look at whatever damage has already been done. Please stay wherever you are.
It's interesting because in Helene, winds never got to the point where first responders couldn't get out. They are expecting, obviously, the winds to get higher, and that's one of the reasons why they're putting out that warning. Once they hit 45 miles per hour, it's unsafe for them to go out to rescue.
And the storm surge is also an issue as well, which was the deal with Helene. They just, you know, they couldn't get in.
Now, can you imagine navigating the debris? We also have another quick update from St. Pete as well. They're putting out all of these right now. The city of St. Pete said that they made the difficult decision to turn off the water at the northeast sewage treatment plant and the southwest sewer treatment plant. This is to protect the plants as that storm surge comes in. So now they're asking you to limit water. That basically means if you were in those areas, and they put out a map, hopefully we can get that to you either online or later on the show. But what they're saying is that don't flush the toilet. It might not even flush. Your water is going to be turned off. This is in the area where they think the storm surge is going to be the worst. They did want to note out that the water station serving Odessa will stay online, but they just made that difficult decision, again, to turn off water ahead of time because that storm surge is going to inundate St. Pete.
And many of the barrier islands had already done that. We're talking, you know, Treasure Island, you know, Anna Maria Island, Davis Island, all those have already turned off the water because of that specific issue. So we do want to take a live look now at Bradenton. This is near the coastline. You can see, obviously, the wind picking up, the storm coming in, the waves obviously kicking up as well. But this is near Bradenton, near the coastline, of course, as we know, could be very close to ground zero.
Manatee County, 10,000 people evacuating there. So they're taking the warning there. We're also getting new video from Hurricane Milton as it continues to approach our Gulf Coast. This is also in Bradenton. The Bradenton Police Department actually put this out, and you can see the flooding right here along Riverside Boulevard right there, and obviously officers are there to make sure that drivers aren't going through, and we're starting to see that water come through, and this is just the beginning of what's going to be a very long night, Wendy.
Of course, and this is a live look at one of the bridges. It's the Dick Meisner Bridge. FDOT camera here showing what's going on in that area leading up to the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. It's the northernmost bridge in lower Tampa Bay. As you can see, you almost can't see what's going on because obviously of the wind and the storm and the waves kicking up onto the road. And we should mention that, of course, the Sunshine Skyway Bridge shut down at 11:30 this morning, and then all the other bridges followed suit. The Howard Franklin, Courtney Campbell, all the rest. So it's just not, it's not good, obviously, to go out driving, more or less get on any bridge, especially once those winds kick up to 45 miles per hour or over, and they're well over that now. So again, this is just a live look to give you an idea of just how bad it is out there.
Also, like a quick reminder, I think at 1:40 we heard a lot of the bridges were closed, except it was just the westbound side of Gandy Bridge and the westbound Courtney Campbell. No word yet on the eastbound sides. I could imagine they'll be closing soon if they're not already closed.
Yeah, I think they just haven't put out the notice.
Yeah, and
I can't imagine that they're still allowing folks to drive on those bridges.
You don't want to be on the bridges.
Of course.
All right, let's go ahead and go downtown to downtown Sarasota, where we actually will obviously feel the storm surge and the high winds there from Hurricane Milton, and that's where we find our Chad Mills. I see they're wiping off that camera because the rain's already coming through there.
Yeah, and every time we take his live shot, it's got wind and rain, and he's always in the elements, so it doesn't look like anything has gotten any better. I know he can't hear us, but Chad, take it away.
Guys, here in Sarasota, storm surge remains the big threat, but we are also getting some decent gusts of wind right now. We're also getting a heck of a lot of rain. And to illustrate my point, look down at these boats. These are a collection of john boats and dinghies tied up here at this marina, the Marina Jack, right on Sarasota Bay. You can see they are bathtubs right now. It's clear waters, it's rainwater. There have been no waves lapping over the side of them. This is all rain from just the past several hours. But again, storm surge is the big concern here across Sarasota County. And you guys have a better vantage than I do, so you can probably see better than I can. But look across this little finger of the bay at those yellow houses over there. They're pretty close to the water. They're not too far off of their seawalls, but I can't tell, but it sure looks like the waves are just barely starting to go over the seawall there. This area obviously felt such severe impacts from Hurricane Helene not even 2 weeks ago. Now they're bracing for this hit of perhaps 8 to 12 feet of storm surge, worst case scenario here in Sarasota County. I was talking to someone just a few minutes ago who's worked at this marina since he was 18 years old. He said the water is already high, and he can only imagine what 8 to 12 feet of storm surge would do to this marina. You know, these docks are pretty solid. I'm standing on a concrete dock, and it floats, so it goes up the pillar that it's attached to. But if we were to get 10 to 12 feet of storm surge here, it would probably dislodge from the pillars that it's attached to. So that is the fear here in Sarasota. And you look over there, that's downtown Sarasota, to give you some perspective about where we are. Just driving through a little while ago, kind of like a ghost town there in downtown Sarasota. You have some people staying in the big high-rise hotels who evacuated from the barrier islands like Bird Key, St. Armand Circle, Lido Key, Siesta Key, but by and large, people did heed the evacuation orders that Sarasota County put out. You know, the conditions have really deteriorated here over the past 2 hours or so, just in terms of wind and rain. You see those boats that are lined up here in the marina, they are starting to wobble back and forth a little bit. You might be able to see some of the palm fronds in the background behind them. They are being pushed by the wind as well. But again, the big threat here is storm surge. According to the city of Sarasota, the worst of the storm surge will come in overnight, even after Milton makes landfall. So it could give people some false sense of security. Once the storm passes, they may not see those huge numbers yet, but could come in pretty quickly after that. So something to be mindful of here in Sarasota County as they prepare for storm surge. You know, wind will still be a factor, rain a factor, perhaps some freshwater flooding in spots that are already so saturated from all the rain we've received over the past couple of months. But by and large, that is expected to be the story here in Sarasota County, the storm surge. You know, just driving out some of those areas that were hit so bad by Helene not even 2 weeks ago. There are still huge piles of debris, some taller than I am, some, you know, twice as tall as I am. And you can only imagine when the Gulf of Mexico pushes across those barrier islands like Lido Key, where all of that debris will end up. I can only imagine it will take quite a while to clear all of that debris before people can get out to those islands and assess any damage. The important thing right now is to stay indoors. If you didn't evacuate for any reason, City of Sarasota, Sarasota County, urging people to stay inside at this point as this area braces for the impact of Hurricane Milton. Send things back to you guys in the studio for now.
If you noticed again, Chad's photographer is up high, so they do have a safe place to get. Chad, be safe there in Sarasota. Actually, they just tweeted out not too long ago, 8,600 people evacuated in Sarasota as well. So we know a lot of people heeded the warnings, especially after Hurricane Helene.
Yeah, I mean, I think once you've gone through a hurricane like Helene, I think a lot of folks who didn't evacuate said, I'm not doing this again. I'm not doing this again. I'm not sticking around. And it's good that they didn't, because I think as we're seeing now, it's the wind and the storm surge that's going to be very dangerous with this storm.
We were here together 13 days ago, not even 2 weeks ago for Helene. It's just, you know, difficult to know what might be coming. But, you know, we're still going to be here through you. We have our crews all over the Gulf Coast. Let's go ahead and go down now to the Palma Vista neighborhood in Bradenton, where they are gearing up to ride out the storm down there.
Yeah, certainly could be near ground zero. Our own ABC Action News anchor, Paula Grown, joining us live out there. Paul, I know the weather conditions are starting to deteriorate quickly. It looks like you could barely hear us because I could see you put your hand on your ear trying to make sure that, but take it away. What's it look like now?
Well, this is the time where your head is on a swivel because, yes, the wind is now gusting at 60 mile an hour plus, and I'm paying extra close attention to the tree that's behind the house where we're reporting live from here in Bradenton, in this residential neighborhood that's sort of referred to around here as Palma Vista. We're about 3 miles south of the Manatee River, just a couple of miles inland from the Intercoastal, and a couple of miles or a few miles south of the greater Tampa Bay area, that south end of the bay. And we're a couple of miles north of IMG. You may be familiar, but this residential neighborhood, people decided to stay here for the most part. We talked to some folks that live in that house. They're from Boston. They didn't board up. They're staying. A lot of people did board up their homes, and we're told a lot of people did decide to stay. Now, essentially, this area is kind of like, as the wind is really starting to gust here, kind of like I would describe it as almost like a peninsula, because you're surrounded by the Manatee River on the north end, the Intercoastal on the west end. But this area here listed at around 22 feet of elevation. That storm surge at 9 to 13, potentially 9 to 13 feet, depending on that exact last-minute track of Hurricane Milton. So you could have streets. This essentially could be an island, hopefully, if it holds without the storm surge, of dryness around streets that are going to be likely flooded out. The trees behind me really starting to sing with the wind coming through. And it's coming, the wind, from the southeast direction, and it will eventually, as the hurricane rotates, switch and completely come from the opposite direction, from the northwest. Right now, the home that we're in, where we're set up and our operations are here to go live, is blocking some of that wind, but we've got power lines above ground power lines. There's a good one, that are waving in the wind right now, and it's right now we have power. Everyone here has power. You can see the lights are on, but it's a question of how much longer will that hold as the trees are swaying and the power lines are swaying as well. And I just wanted to give you a 180 perspective here and walk you this way, because the direction of the wind really gives you a perspective of what is happening in this neighborhood right now. This row of homes is blocking the wind, so you don't really see much of the impacts over here. But once it wraps back around, the wind's going to be coming from this direction. And even with that, we're starting to see wind spraying the rain everywhere. And I will say the rain has been steady, and it has been deep in the sense that it has been drenching. We just covered, as you know, Hurricane Helene. We were in Tallahassee, and it wasn't until the last part of the storm that we got the heavy drenching rain. We're getting the heavy buckets of rain early with Hurricane Milton, and we're now getting the wind. That's the strongest gust of wind that we've seen so far right now. That's the strongest that I've experienced since being out here. And yeah, is it starting to, Tim, you're telling me to get, okay, got it. I wear contacts during hurricanes because it's pointless to wear glasses, and I don't even like to wear goggles. My wife would probably tell me that that's not a good idea, but I like to see what's happening, and this is the best way I can see it. The leaves are really starting to blow off this big oak tree behind this house. So you got a lot going on right now. It's all the elements starting to come together. As you heard meteorologist Jason Adams explain earlier, the timing as he walked you through neighborhood by neighborhood, and that inner eyewall, the eyewall of the storm, when are you going to start feeling the impacts? And it was that 7:30 hour that we're really going to start feeling potentially hurricane force winds here, is where we're going to start feeling it, 7:30, 8:30, 9:30 in the Bradenton area. So that's where we are right now. This is the strongest wind that we've experienced so far, and the rain has been anything but on and off. It has been absolutely steady, and so we're talking about that now. I know there's several factors to this hurricane, but you talk about the rain and the accumulation of that. You talk about the storm surge and the question of where and when is it going to be at its highest, and then of course you talk about the wind. And it's all determining, really determines, or really depends on your exact location when it comes to the wind. So we'll keep going at it here, but this is the strongest stuff that we've seen so far being out here right now. Guys, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Paul, I just think that we just got to brace for the worst of it as you're out there. You talked to folks, you said some folks have boarded up the windows out there, but some folks haven't. Right, and some, question whether they should.
Gigi and Carl over here, real sweet couple. He was honest. He said, look, maybe I should have boarded up the windows, but right now their house is looking good, and hopefully they're in there watching us. They're the nicest people. I hope it stays the way it is right now for them. They're looking good. But again, when the wind changes direction, the storm almost becomes a new kind of storm because it just, everything changes. But I would say, most now, I don't want to put a number on it, but it's probably 50% of the homes are boarded up. I mean, you see behind me, beyond those trees, they did aluminum shutters there. So they boarded up in homes that we see along the way. So people, they took the storm seriously, but the question of whether you leave, do you evacuate, Carl was telling me, look, okay, so let's say I evacuate. Okay, then what? Where am I going to go? What am I going to find when I get there? And then will I be able to get back? And I've talked to a lot of people, including my own family in Plant City, and they're helping other family members. So what, does one family go, but the other family members stay? I mean, and you have people that have special needs. So, the decision to stay or go, it's a personal choice, and it can get tricky if you're trying to get back in. So I think a lot of people, they took the precautions in terms of boarding up, but I think a lot of people stayed. So, this tree behind us, I mean, this debris starting to come off of it, and just got to be careful here. But so that's where we are right now. We're just waiting and watching, just like you guys are.
Yeah, all right. Well, Paul,
I do want to mention, if I can, I do want to mention Bradenton Police Department put out that that the Manatee River, it appears, has already overreached its bank. So that's a real concern, but expected. That's what we were expecting.
Yeah, that's more concerning too. Paul, thank you. I think, like you mentioned, probably in another hour, things will increase and the weather will get even worse. We'll check back with you in just a little bit. Maybe you should get to a safer location if you think that tree might be coming down too. So we'll check back in with you in just a bit.
What's good to not see is all those debris piles behind him, like in so many other neighborhoods that we know. And that when you see just how strong those winds are in that tree behind him, that was the concern for all the debris. And I know that was the mission, to get as much of it picked up. So happily he's not in a neighborhood where you have those giant piles. All right, let's go now down to south in Sarasota.
Yeah, ABC Action News reporter Julie Solomon joining us live from there. Julie, I know your mom lives down there. I know you have friends down there. Did you get the impression that they evacuated or at least hunkered down to prepare for Milton?
Yeah, my mom lives in an evacuation zone B, so obviously she's taking precautions. I have childhood friends, their parents are here, they've never evacuated pretty much in their entire life, but they also left and moved more inland to some of the other counties and got out of Sarasota. So I still have, a ton of friends as well as family in Sarasota. I'm not far from Sarasota High School, which is where I graduated high school. We're about a mile from Sarasota High. We're along Novus Street. We're in a backyard here at one of the homes. These trees and branches and palms have been waving back and forth. We're keeping our eye on a shed that seems to be shifting as the winds pick up. But this is some of the nastiest weather that we've seen here today. Sarasota County at 5:15 put out an alert on people's phones. We got, a shelter-in-place alert. Sarasota County then followed up on their social media accounts, urging people now is the time to shelter in place. Do not go on the roads. The only people on the roads should be first responders. So they're telling people to just shelter in place at this point because the roads are no longer safe. They also said they do have reports of flooding. They didn't give specific locations, but they say they are getting some reports of that. They also, at Riverview High School, it's one of the main high schools here, they have National Guard soldiers that are stationed there to respond after Hurricane Helene. So they're all stationed there getting ready for this as we see some of the nasty weather move in. I'm going to send it back to you.
Thank you so much, Julie. Julie, thank you. Heading into Pinellas County, we're seeing some strong wind and heavy rain in Clearwater right now, which was already hit very hard after Hurricane Helene.
Yeah, that's where we find ABC Action News reporter Lydia Vasquez. Lydia, tell us how conditions are looking now. And actually, the first thing I did in looking at your shot is to see if there's debris behind you right now. But go ahead and take us through what the conditions look like.
Yeah,
Yeah, we know that debris has been a major concern for Pinellas County, Clearwater especially. This has been a slow burn. Conditions are really starting to deteriorate here where we are. We're off US 19, a couple of miles west, or excuse me, off Nursery Road, a couple of miles west of US 19. And so we've been here since 6 a.m. This rain has not let up. So I'm concerned about two things where we are right now. The rainfall totals, they're starting to accumulate. This home that we're in here, I mean, I'm not sure we can get too far, but it's flooding the entire front yard here. This grass quickly getting underwater here. The second concern we have in Clearwater, guys, we've seen what was left behind from Hurricane Helene. We were just here yesterday talking to folks who say they are worried that the leftover debris are going to turn into flying projectiles, missiles, have you. Where we're at right now, I mean, there's no trash or people's couches and beds that we've seen all throughout Clearwater, but there is debris. There are branches there. And again, my concern right now with the wind is we are starting to see and feel that wind. And you can hear it too. I mean, right now we might be getting the outer band, but we've been out here for the past couple of hours and it's starting to roar. It's making those noises that may have you a little concerned if you're sitting inside your home. So I've already seen that wind kind of whip around this rain, picking up that debris with it and tossing it across the street. And so we're standing out here about about 10 minutes ago, and we heard a pop and saw a couple of flashes. We're not too sure what that was across the street there. So that is just my concern here with some of the debris flying around and hitting the homes here. Unfortunately, most of the homes in this neighborhood that we're in, off Nursery Road, just west of US 19, they are not boarded up. You know, the good thing today, we spoke with the police chief of Clearwater, and he said he drove around town, and for the most part, it looked like people have evacuated, but we were talking with neighbors just down a couple of houses down, and they're staying. I mean, the rain here, again, has not let up. We've been here since 6 a.m. It hasn't stopped, and so that's a big concern with the localized flooding here, and you can start to see it along the sidewalk, but also that wind. Right now, it is a little bit calmer. I mean, literally just 10 minutes ago, we were going indoors because of this debris here, kind of just whipping around. And you can see that wind whip the rain straight across these homes here. So that's something that we're going to continue to keep our eye on. I just checked the backyard of this home as well on the side of the house. It's pretty flooded, and I'm not seeing sandbags in the neighborhood that we're in here, again, off Nursery Road. I will say, though, that, again, what the police chief told us earlier, that when he was driving across Clearwater, for the most part, it looked like people have evacuated, but we're not out of the woods here yet. We're looking at wind gusts right now up to 55 miles an hour, and we're kind of just getting started here. Again, this has been a slow burn. Being here since 6 a.m., the rain just hasn't stopped. We're starting to see some localized flooding even a couple of hours ago just getting here, but it is a bit concerning when we start to get that gust of wind, pick up some of the debris around us. Brad, our photojournalist, I'm not sure if you can even see this good, but this flagpole, swaying here and there. I'm not sure how sturdy that is. Obviously, we'll stay away from that, and we're pretty secure inside the home that we're in. But the debris has been the number one concern for a lot of folks here in Clearwater, and right now it's coming and going. We're getting some of those bands, the gusts again up to 55 mile an hour, but it could get stronger where we are. And in this neighborhood that we're in, we're not seeing the couches and all the people's belongings right now where we're at, but that's still out there. We know that's the cruel reality that a lot of people are facing right now off the heels of Helene and not being able to clean that debris out. Here, I can tell you, I've seen some of the debris, the branches and the trees getting whipped around in those gusts and getting tossed across the street. So we'll continue to keep our eye on the conditions here as that rain, again, not only has it not let up, it just continues to slowly increase. The same thing with the wind as well. But we'll be here all night, and we'll continue to bring you the latest. Again, unfortunately, not a lot of people here have sandbags or are boarding up for the most part. Not sure if you saw that debris coming down here, but where we are pretty safe inside, is a bit elevated, and I'm hoping that's the case for the other homes in this area. Guys?
Lydia, I do have a question for you. I can't help but notice those raindrops look like golf ball size drops. Is it painful? Because it looks like it's much heavier than just a normal rain.
You know, you are kind of standing right below the roof here, so it's kind of coming a little bit heavier right in front of the camera. Where I'm at is kind of just swifting to the side to us. No, we're not getting pecked too hard with the rain. It's just, we've been here since 6 a.m. and it has not stopped raining.
So you're pretty
the rainfall
soaked.
totals, I'll be interested to see what we get here, and that's my concern. Yeah, we're pretty soaked, and I literally got in front of the camera when it was my turn to get in front of the camera. So our front yard here in the home that we're in is getting pretty flooded. So, this is starting to accumulate here. But I'm just concerned for the residents here, the people that live here. And, they're somewhat more inland here in Clearwater versus Clearwater Beach, where we were yesterday. We were there yesterday. Debris still lining the streets there. And so I know no one's kind of let their guard down here, but I still feel for the people here. And, with as much rain as we're getting already today, and with some of the debris that we are watching with our own eyes kind of getting whirling around here and pushed across the street. So, yeah, we are just hoping that everyone is continuing to take the precautions. And right now, we just have to hunker down and stay safe.
All right, and you do that. Thank you, Lydia. I have to mention, too, of course, because of Helene, the ground is so saturated that no wonder they're already flooding, as you saw in that neighborhood, that, there's nowhere for the water to go.
And you saw the branches kind of falling down behind her, some of the debris there. What's interesting is that Debbie was a rain event.
Yes.
A lot of rain. We saw a lot of flooding.
And I feel like that was so long ago because that was the first storm, right? I mean, the first major storm that hit our area.
It has been a season. Then Helene was a storm surge event, right? And now we're adding the wind to this. So it might feel like we might be a little bit more prepared for this, but it's been a very difficult season for us. And that's probably why we saw so many people take that evacuation warning. And that's exactly what you saw in Lydia's live shot. The rain, the wind, and that's now part of it.
Yeah, well, and I know so many folks who didn't evacuate during Helene, and they said, and they were there while their home filled with water, 1 foot, 2 foot, 3 foot, and it's, you don't go through that again. You're like, I'm out. Like, I'm not gonna, because it's very traumatic to be in a home while the water is rising. And I've been in a flood before. I know what it feels like. It's pretty awful. So I hope that they did heed the warning.
It's like stressful and tiring. And I bet you're listening to us and you're just like, you're over it, even though we got a really long night to go.
Right.
And we just thank you that you're watching us so we can keep you informed and kind of get you through it.
Right. And staying safe where you are.
Yeah.
So we want to turn now our coverage into Hillsborough County, which we know our ABC Action News reporter JJ Burton has been there. He's been live in Riverview. It looks like you're still in the same, pretty much the same spot. Did you move neighborhoods?
Same spot, same neighborhood. We are in the Boyette neighborhood, Boyette Springs here in Riverview. We're right by our house. We're not leaving. We're being safe out here. But the wind is still a big issue here. And we're listening to Lydia talking. They have like the flooding there as well as the wind. The wind is the main issue here. And when it step out the way, we can see there's some debris from the trees have already come down on our driveway here. And you can see some of the stuff down here, but then also the wind that keeps blowing the trees on and off. Like you hear it right now and you can see it. If you look up there, some of these sticks and leaves and stuff are falling onto the roof. And that, again, the major concern for the people in this neighborhood. Most of the people all did stay. They boarded up. Some of them didn't. Some of them did. Most of them did. They have the bags, the plywood and stuff up. They have also the paper up over their doors and things like that. But they're staying and they're hunkering down. But again, worrying about the wind. Walking through the neighborhood, there's nobody outside. But we did run into some peacocks that people thought were dogs, and they were out. Some people were looking for them, but they're peacocks, and they're running around in the neighborhood, and they seem to be cool. They seem to be all right. Hopefully, they're all right. There's some over in this front yard over there. I talked to one guy earlier, and he was out putting up some more wood, and he had the garage door up, and then that wind started blowing. They closed that garage door again. And another guy, neighbor here we talked to, he's here with his wife, his son, and their dogs, and they're in, all boarded up. They have everything. They brought everything in. And if things get dicey, they all know to go to their hallways and close all the exterior doors and just go to the hallways and stay there. And so, again, people out here just being safe, doing what they can, and staying inside in this neighborhood. There's no one out but us. But we're only out telling you what the weather is like, and then as soon as we're done, we go back inside. I'm not just standing out here in the rain getting wet. But if you guys have any questions for me out in this neighborhood, anything you want to ask that I can answer, please, what is it?
And JJ, I don't know if you've been out talking to folks, but I know that Hillsborough County might be getting the worst of this as we're watching the track. Were they hoping for the best and prepared for the worst? What have the folks in the neighborhood been talking about now that we know Hillsborough County is really the target?
I've been talking to folks all day in this neighborhood, knocking on doors, just talking to them, and again, hoping for the best, preparing for the worst. And we do see that track, now it looks like it could be moving right over us. And what was interesting is, with Helene, out in Clearwater, the barrier islands, they have all the debris that's out there. Here, there's no debris. You don't see, they didn't get hit with that much because we didn't get that here. So that's another worry for them because, the wind, these trees that are coming down, and what might that bring since we're going to probably get what looks like it could be right over us and we get the worst of it in this neighborhood. So they're concerned about that, but they don't have that debris here. So that is a good thing they're saying. But again, they are prepared and they are worried. But a lot of people, like Paul was saying, I talked to some people and asked why they didn't leave. And the question is like, where am I going to go? This guy across the street here, his son's family, they came to stay with them because they live in St. Pete, but they live right on the water. And his son and them, so they're worried about that. So they came there. So the family's coming to them. So where are they going to go? This guy right here, I talked to him. They have a house full of people as well, family coming to them. So they're staying here again, hoping for the best, but they are concerned because it looks like that storm or the bulk of it might be coming right under us.
All right, JJ, be safe there again, live in Hillsborough County in the Riverview area of Hillsborough County tonight. Thank you so much.
And I just wanted to make a comment because the whole weather team was poking fun at me calling it golf ball size rain, especially Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips. Listen, I grew up in Cleveland and there was golf ball size hail.
We can get that.
And I knew it couldn't be hail because it's way too warm out there. So I was aware that it wasn't real hail. But I'll tell you, from the look of the camera, it looked like hail, which of course then I said was raindrops. But so Dennis wants to make T-shirts. We'll see if we can make that happen.
Yeah. I mean, when Greg and I both heard you say that, I literally got in my chair and I rolled back to look at this video because I've never seen golf ball size
she mentioned,
raindrops.
you're right, it was coming off the roof. So she wasn't even standing in it, but that's the way it looked. The magic of a lens, right, was fascinating. At any rate, she's fine, and it wasn't hail either. It was just some heavy rain coming from the roof of a house. Anyway, staying in Hillsborough County now, we want to get to Scripps News reporter Lillian Donahue. She's in Tampa on our ABC Action News parking garage across from Raymond James Stadium.
And Lillian, all of us are leaning in because we're in studio wanting to know what is it like right outside. Go ahead and tell us about the conditions.
Yeah, well, right now we're on the second level of the parking garage, and we've been hearing that wind howling through as it's been hitting not only our building, but around the area. Right now, we're in a little bit of a lull. This is the nicest I've seen it in the past hour, to be honest. Usually it's harder to see with a little bit lower visibility, but right now it looks decent. But as, of course, we all know that those bands come and go. It's the wave of the band, right? So we're expecting, of course, those winds to pick back up. Plenty of pooling along the water here, especially along this route next to Raymond James Stadium. The good thing, though, we've been here for a few hours just kind of monitoring the situation out here, and there really haven't been many cars, and that's a really good situation. That means that people are taking this seriously. For those who have been driving through, we've seen emergency crews have been kind of in the area, and the reason for that here at Raymond James Stadium, we know that there are many rescue crews that are currently riding out the storm here, ready, on standby, ready to go. The whole Tampa Bay area taking this extremely seriously, and the police department really asking folks to keep emergency lines clear. They're asking people to, instead of call 911 for down power lines or minor damage or flooding, to call their non-emergency number for those things. However, if it is a life-threatening, right now, immediate situation, that's when they say to call 911. But, behind us, obviously, folks that are hunkering down across the street as well, but ready to help. We've been seeing kind of that slow burn of the wind coming in, the rain coming in. Quite nice right now, but we know that that's going to be making its way back to this area. I went up to our third floor here, and that rain, obviously the very top has been coming through and seeping through the cracks, already making kind of a waterfall in the parking garage here. So I'm glad that we're definitely elevated. I'm glad we're behind concrete and staying safe like that. Back to you guys.
All right, Lillian, thank you. We want to go now to Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips, who is going to give us the latest on what's out there.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and go through the process. Right now, there's actually almost what looks like a double eye wall rather. And you've got one that's moving into Sarasota right now, but the eye itself is only about 12 miles wide. So you can kind of see the way that it's moving. I mean, it's going to continue to move off to the northeast. So, somewhere Manatee, Sarasota, in that general ballpark, maybe as far north as northern Manatee. But overall, the forecast in terms of what we're experiencing right now, the rain, as Greg and Jason have been saying, the rain is the big story right now. The other stories will be changing. The surge will be a massive story. The wind in a very small area will also be a very big story. And we're going to tackle one at a time. Again, if you're home right now, just kind of hanging out, just hunker down, waiting for the power to go. We have had reports of power outages. Wendy, what's the last power outage check? If you guys check on that and see what you got.
And I can tell you for sure, I've got it, Nadine.
Yeah, go for it.
TECO they did have over 8,000. Wow, it's now 30,000. Oh, almost 31,000, because 30,753. We've got Duke already way up, 44,000.
Yeah.
For Duke, yeah. FPL, not as many because they have a smaller coverage area. But yeah, that's substantial. And we know it's only going to increase, right?
It is, yeah. I mean, by far the worst is yet to come. I mean, and we're not saying that other than this is just to prepare you. And unfortunately, it's happening at night. So you are going to see a lot of power outages. And I repeat, charge your phone now while you still have power. Download our app. You can watch our broadcast in the overnight. That is a very comforting thing to know what's happening. When you can't see anything, it's dark out and the wind is howling and tree branches and sometimes trees are falling and you're not sure where or how long. So it's a really good idea to keep your phone charged as long as you can before the power goes out. So again, we're expecting landfall somewhere between 8, 9, 9:30 in that ballpark. And by definition, landfall is when the center of the eye, not the leading edge, the center of the eye crosses land. And wherever that occurs, that is where we have landfall. So in terms of the current conditions, it's all about the rain, not the surge, although we are getting a lot of reports of surge in Naples. We're getting a lot of reports of surge in Fort Myers. It's starting south, and it will work north, and it will do so over the next few hours. But we have flash flood warnings for Pasco and Pinellas County until 6:45. Look, it has just been raining crazy for the last 5 or 6 hours. And we'll show you some of those numbers in a minute. But overall, we're talking about significant flooding because of rain. Nothing to do with surge. That will come later. This is a 3-part event, if you will. First, we've had the rain, all right? Then we have the wind that comes on shore. And then lastly, unfortunately, the largest event will be the surge. Here are those rainfall totals that I talked about. This is in the last 24 hours, but honestly, it's probably like in the last 7 or 8 hours. They've had nearly 9 inches of rain in southern Pinellas County. They've had, most of Pinellas has seen between 6 and 9 inches of rain. Most of western Hernando County, or rather Manatee County, has had 7 to 8 inches of rain. Sarasota has had 7.5 inches of rain. Pasco County lower with purple colors, but still it's coming down, and then inland areas less. So you've still got all of that rain coming in with the storm itself. There it is. That is all going to move on shore. So it is not out of the realm of possibility that some areas are going to pick up 18 inches of rain before this moves on through. And when I say some areas, it's probably Pinellas County getting a lot of the heaviest rain. What about the wind? The wind will be strongest right around the eye, north and east of where that eye crosses. There's going to be a small area of wind that we likely will see an extreme wind warning. Now, what does that mean? I remember we had one in Irma in Polk County. Bartow had one. It was about 12:30 at night. It lasted for about an hour. And we had one of our reporters actually in a bunker, I remember them saying, and they could not even open the door because the wind was blowing so hard. It's a very small area, but it's an area that will bring incredibly high winds, 115 miles an hour or greater. Now, the storm is weakening. We have winds of 120. It is a possibility that when this makes landfall, it's Cat 2. That, while it's just a number, there is a monstrous difference in terms of damage from 110 to 140 or 145. Just a massive amount of difference. So if we can continue to see weakening up for the next few hours, there's a legitimate chance we could be looking at a Cat 2 hurricane or a very minimal Cat 3 at landfall. So that would be tremendous. Unfortunately, that has nothing to do with the surge. All right, here are the current wind gusts. We have hurricane force wind gusts right now in Venice, 74 mile an hour wind gusts. We have 61 mile an hour wind gusts in St. Pete. We are not seeing sustained hurricane force winds yet. What does that mean? What's the sustained versus a gust? Sustained is 60 seconds steady of wind. We just got is that extreme wind alert?
Yeah.
Yep, figured. So tell
Wind warning.
What is it?
A wind warning?
Yeah.
Extreme wind warning.
Extreme wind warning.
You
That's
said
what
it
I
was
said.
coming.
Yeah, okay, let's go back. I'm gonna move back here and let's just go back and see if it pops up. Actually, I think we actually have to add that to the palette. Jason, you already did? Oh, there it is, yeah. You can go ahead and zoom into it. So, yeah, this is what we were talking about. You know, we knew it was gonna come. And we were literally just talking about it. An extreme wind warning is winds of 115 miles an hour. So the Weather Service has issued the extreme wind warning through 9:30. Now, let me tell you, this is different from a tornado warning. A tornado warning means it's happening right then. All right, you see a tornado. Clearly, what we have here is what they believe. And by the way, so it shows the entire area as part of the extreme wind warning. It will not be the entire area. It will be a section of that area as that wind comes through. This is as landfall occurs. And this is what this storm is going to do. Remember, hurricane force winds only extend 35 miles out. So it's a rather small wind field in hurricane winds. And of those 35, I would say 80% are probably 70 to 75 mile an hour, 70, 80 mile an hour winds in that ballpark. They're on the low side of the scale. But right at the eye and on the right side of it, when it comes ashore, wherever, and the reason there's still a large area here, well, one of the reasons is because there's such a massive area of squally weather in the northern Eyewall. There's not 150 mile an hour winds there, but there certainly are very, very strong winds that could go 90 to 100. So what I think we'll end up seeing, and Jason, you can follow up on this as well.
Yeah.
I think what we're going to end up seeing is a rather small area. This is a number we've been throwing around 3 or 4 days, about a 5 to 7 mile area of extreme winds. And we've been describing it that for days, and now we have an extreme wind warning. So that's usually how this plays out with a situation like this. So overall, if you look at the wind field, you're going to say, well, it's not that bad. But in this small area, it's going to be. And for lack of a better description, you can liken it to maybe a 5 mile wide EF1 tornado. I know that's kind of a scary thought, obviously, but this is about the most severe warning that you will get in our area. Would you not agree with that? An extreme wind warning for the short-term forecast, I would say, is the most extreme or the highest or the most severe weather phenomenon you'd get. So when we see this until 9:30 for the next 3 hours, that means the eye will cross. Some of these bands will have extreme wind too, but I would be more inclined to think they're going to be on the lower side. I don't think we're going to, I would be surprised, put it that way, if we have a band of 115 mile an hour wind gusts. I would not be the least bit surprised if we see that near the eye, where we're already getting reports of sustained of 120 miles an hour. So Jason, what are you thinking about?
Yeah, so we're looking at what they're saying in their discussion with this warning. At 6:35, National Weather Service Doppler radar indicated extreme winds associated with the eyewall of Hurricane Milton moving onshore along a line extending from South Bradenton to southwest of Anna Maria, about 52 miles south of there to St. Armand Circle. So we're talking about specifically right now Manatee and Sarasota counties as the western or eastern eyewall is beginning to move closer and closer to these areas. Something that we've been talking about for days now is that the northern eyewall, clearly why Pinellas and Hillsborough County was put in this, is holding a lot of extreme winds. I'm going to get this back over to Dennis here in just a second, but I do want to pull this up, Dennis, and take a look inside the eyewall.
Stay with it.
This is what, if you could step off the camera for just a second, that'll let me start to control it again. There we go. So this is what we're looking at here. And this is basically what the direction the wind is moving. So it's kind of sloppy colors, but this tells us a bunch of things. So where the eyewall is about to move onshore, radar's picking up 114 mile per hour winds, but that's several thousand feet up. Down to the surface, maybe 100. maybe 90, like Dennis was saying. The northern Eyewall, though, which is not where the landfall will be, this is what's going to be moving into Pinellas, Manatee, Hillsborough County, has winds that are even higher than that. We're querying it at 116 miles per hour. I've seen it as high as 124 miles per hour. So 110, 115, 120. When you extrapolate that down to the surface, where of course we are, you can lower these winds by about 20 miles per hour from what you're seeing here. So clearly the Eyewall is showing that winds that could be potentially up to 100, 115 miles per hour. We'll get the 7 o'clock advisory in from the National Hurricane Center here soon with an update on what the winds currently are. But there you can see that query just popped up 128. So Dennis, down surface-wise, that would run roughly 110 to 115. So that's what they're looking at now. Sarasota initially, Manatee County over the next hour, and then that continuing north up to Pinellas and Hillsborough County too.
And you know, you can make the argument, once this goes through, that's the worst of this storm.
Yeah.
I mean, that will be it in terms of the wind. But then we go to the next phase, which is the surge. So if you're just tuning in, where you been? Extreme wind warning till 9:30. As Jason just said, showed it perfectly. Winds already offshore of 100 to 110 miles an hour. And they will be moving onshore as Milton also moves onshore. So the eye, very ragged. South of the eye, there's no weather going on. I mean, there's some wind, but we've been saying for days, if you live in Hardy County and this passes through, you might very well see stars and you're not even in the eye, you're on the southern flank. And by the way, a lot of the Bay Area is going to be in the eye of this. And that is quite an experience where you go from the Eyewall, where you have very, very heavy winds, and within a matter of a minute or two, the winds go calm, and you're in the eye. And very often, not saying to do this, but very often people run outside to see what it's like to be in the eye of a hurricane. Again, I'm not saying to do that, because what happens is on the other side, although that being said, the other side will be much weaker, because this is literally being cut in half. As Jason was talking about, it's quickly turning into what would be called a hybrid or a subtropical system. It doesn't have the look or the characteristics of a tropical system, which is a warm core system, as opposed to a winter storm, a nor'easter, right? And a nor'easter, think about it. A nor'easter has winds that expand out much, much farther. The winds 150 miles with a nor'easter are every bit as strong as the winds near the surface. It's more uniform. A hurricane, most of the winds are right near the surface, right there, right there. But in this one, it's a little different, where we've got that really solid band of wind and rain in the northern Eyewall. And while that is not the eye, and how many miles, Jason? Maybe 20 miles from the Eyewall, that northern band, something like that? Yeah. So, I mean, maybe 20 miles to the north, you're going to have winds every bit as strong, if not stronger, than right at the Eyewall. And I can't say that I can ever remember that happening before. I mean, it's a very, very unique situation. So there it is. Landfall occurring in the next few hours. When landfall occurs is when you will have this extreme wind. So let me be clear about something, guys, all right? And we're going to treat this almost like a tornado warning, because in a sense it is, right? You are if you live in Pinellas County, especially the southern half, but we'll pinpoint it as it gets closer. If you live in Hillsborough County, if you live in Manatee or in Sarasota, you are going to have an area of winds that are equivalent to an EF1 tornado come through. The difference with this is it's going to last longer than an EF1 tornado. Might last 30 seconds. This could last significantly longer. So when you get to that point, you want to get away from your windows. If you have them boarded up, it's okay. But if you don't have your windows boarded up, you want to be in an interior part of your home. You want to be on the lowest floor. And if it gets bad enough, you'll go just like in a tornado in a closet or in a bathroom. I mean, we're not saying this to scare you. I'm saying this because the reality of an extreme wind warning is about as strong as it gets, certainly with a tropical storm or a hurricane. So there again, we have a hurricane warning remain in effect, no changes there. Current wind gusts anywhere from 66 in St. Pete, 62 in Venice. These are the current wind gusts. It was 74 just a few minutes ago in Venice with hurricane force gusts. Storm surge. There's the third facet, and the one that is the most destructive. I mean, 110 mile an hour winds are going to cause some problems. You're going to have trees down. I'll be very transparent with you. I had my family leave from my home in Palm Harbor, not because I was afraid of structural damage from the winds, but because there's a lot of trees around. And there's nothing you can do. When you get 10 inches of rain, and then all of a sudden you have a ton of wind coming as well, there's going to be some trees down. Tomorrow we will wake up and look around and there will be some trees down, maybe a lot of trees down across the area. There's going to be a lot of blue tarps on roofs coming up over the next several weeks, if not the next several months. So the wind is the biggest issue if you don't live on the water, and I don't live on the water. But if you do, it's the surge. Not only is it catastrophic, as we saw with Helene, but it's deadly, unfortunately, as we saw with Helene as well. So our hope is people who evacuated, everyone evacuated. We know they didn't, but we hope the majority of the people that did evacuate. But a little good news in sense of the overall surge total. If you remember the last 3 or 4 days, the Hurricane Center was locked in with a 10 to 15 foot surge in the bay. You kind of heard us saying, especially on DPL, you heard us saying, yeah, that's the worst case scenario. And you can't have a worst case scenario with a hurricane if it's going to make landfall here, up here, because there'll be offshore winds there. So it wasn't going to happen. The worst of the surge will be wherever landfall occurs and to the south. And because landfall is going to occur really close to northwestern Manatee in that general ballpark, the bay is on the fringe, really on the fringe of the worst surge. So the Hurricane Center actually dropped down their surge forecast a little while ago from 10 to 15 feet to 6 to 9. Similar numbers to Helene. Now Sarasota, 9 to 13. That includes Siesta Key. That includes areas down to the south. Fort Myers, 8 to 12. And they're already getting surge in the Fort Myers area. So winds of 120 miles an hour, the new numbers will come out shortly. You know, the pressure really hasn't moved much. We will see if there's any additional weakening, whether it's 115, 110, it's just kind of a categorization thing. If it stays 111 or above, then we know we had a major hurricane hit, and I suspect it probably will. But our biggest threat right now is that extreme wind warning now, in the next 2 hours, surge, then the next 4 to 6 hours, and power outages. And I'll say this one more time, I actually haven't said it yet today. Every hurricane season, we hear tragic story about someone who uses a generator in their home and their family dies of carbon monoxide poisoning. It happened in Polk County with Irma. Family of 4 died. A lot of people bought generators seeing this storm was coming and they've never had one before. You run to Home Depot, you get the box, you're like, yes, I got a generator. You bring it home and you don't have a clue on how to use it. By the way, YouTube videos are really helpful. I'm going to be honest, I have a generator and I couldn't figure out today why the heck wasn't it turning on. It was driving me crazy because I haven't used it in a little while. There was a little valve you had to turn on to let the gas go in and I forgot to do it. So my point was, I went on YouTube video, I looked, generator, shows you. So if you have never used it and you just have it out of the box and you're waiting to turn it on to get it cranking, if you lose power, it might not be a bad idea to check that out. And never, ever use that generator in your home, in your garage, or anywhere where the fumes can have direct access to the home. So again, new numbers will come out shortly. The track, I mean, that's about it. We've been saying for hours now, you throw the models out the window, you look out the window, it's now casting. You're watching every wobble, you're watching every wobble, we're watching every wobble. I'll be honest, Jason and Greg and I, we see a wobble and we're like, oh man, is that east or is that north? And that's what it is, because there's no data. You're just watching it. But in the next 2 to 3 hours, landfall will occur. And when it does, it's going to pack a serious punch with wind across areas from Pinellas, Hillsborough, Manatee, and Sarasota. You got something, Jason?
Oh, no, just looking at some of the new numbers coming in. 65 mile per hour gusts in St. Pete. These numbers, though, 77 miles per hour in Sarasota. These are the highest that we have now. And unfortunately, when you start to get to the eye of a hurricane, you start to lose a lot of the observation sites. So the hope is that we'll be able to still continue to relay those high gusts as we start to get them. But sometimes these strong 100 mile per hour winds could knock out our observation guides. I did see the National Weather Service is not going to add Sarasota Sarasota County into the extreme wind warning because the strongest part of these winds, like we were talking about a second ago, are associated here on the northern side of the Eyewall. So we're looking at also some surge values picking up. Naples is now seeing major flooding. So the surge is picking up south, and it's probably going to start picking up here along our coast, especially Manatee, Sarasota counties, maybe perhaps even in the southern bay as well. But yeah, right now we're seeing those winds really begin to crank up, with the strongest being at about 77 to 74. Venice is updated now to 74 miles per hour. Brooksville also 66 miles per hour. So even our northern spots are beginning to see these strong tropical storm force winds with gusts now approaching hurricane force. And looking at some of the current gusts, I think you did show this one, Dennis, but yeah, it did show earlier that we had some 70 mile per hour gusts. Looks like now we're all in the ballpark of very strong tropical storm force winds. And that extreme wind warning, like I'd mentioned a second ago, it looks like they are not going to extend it south into Sarasota County. So if there is any good news, it would be for those of you in Sarasota County right now, where it looks like this goes right to the Manatee Sarasota County line, but they're not going, the National Weather Service is not going to extend it a little farther south. And we were just showing you this a second ago, but if you did miss it, let me turn off the warnings here on this map and show you what we're looking at as far as the potential for these winds, how strong the winds are inside this Eyewall. So turning the warnings off, I'm going to switch it back over here to our velocity mode. So we're going to turn off the rain. We're going to look at what direction the raindrops are moving in the wind mode to see exactly what we're looking at as far as how strong these winds are. And we're looking at sustained winds of a couple thousand feet up. So not what we would see here at the ground level, over 100 miles per hour, some as high as 124 to 125 miles per hour. So when you're looking at this and you're saying, well, why isn't Sarasota being included if the eye could potentially move on shore here? It's because, again, the northern Eyewall is where we're seeing the strongest part of the winds, and with a northeasterly movement on shore here over the next 2 hours, that's going to take the northern Eyewall into St. Pete, into potentially Tampa, and also through southern Hillsborough County into Bradenton, and also places east of there over toward Lakewood Ranch along 64 and 70. So that's what we're looking at right now. So that's the wind mode. There's clearly where the center of the eye is. Out ahead of it, these winds in these blue and purple shades are showing up at about 70 to 100 miles per hour. So we're still going to get some pretty strong winds, but the more concentrated and more likely areas that will continue to pile up these 100+ mile per hour wind gusts are going to be within this northern band. So let me stop the radar. We'll do a little query tool and look inside and see exactly where the strongest winds are. Where you see the orangish brown colors, those are starting to move into Egmont Channel and also here through Anna Maria Island and Fort DeSoto, getting basically into the mouth of Tampa Bay. So looking at some of these numbers here in these darker shades of brown, we're looking at 100 miles per hour. Again, this is about 1,000, 2,000 feet up, so take about 10 miles per hour off of that. We've got 90 mile per hour gusts here at the surface. We're looking at offshore gusts still at 105. We had 129 miles per hour showing up earlier. There's 113, and here is 107. So again, if you take that, that's at upper about 1,000, 2,000 feet. You put that down here at the surface, you're going to lower those numbers by about 10 miles per hour, and we're easily all still looking at 90 to 100, if not 100+ mile per hour gusts within this band as it's moving on shore. And again, as far as the direction of movement with this, we're talking about it moving more to the east-northeast, which would affect, of course, where they put that extreme wind warning, which is Pinellas, Hillsborough, and Manatee County. So there's the band. Notice the northern side of this band now creeping into southern Pinellas County, and we're going to continue to see this shifting east-northeast. So basically along the I-4 corridor and to the south is where we're likely going to see this band pushing those winds over 100. One of my friends in Carrollwood already texted me up toward Lake Magdalene saying the winds are crazy out there already. They can't imagine what it's going to be like when the Eyewall starts to move onshore and closer to them. So again, we're locked in with this northern Eyewall, which is actually being a little more of a worse part of the storm than what the actual landfall location will be. And based on the last couple of trends, it looks like it's made a little bit of a wobble, right? We don't want to put too much stock into it, but if this trend continues, the landfall, the center, could be here in Sarasota County, but the strongest winds associated with it may not be directly around that Eyewall. It's in the northern part, and that's why the National Weather Service issued that high wind warning or extreme wind warning here for Pinellas, Hillsborough, and Manatee County. So again, we're watching this very closely for you as far as this goes until 9:30 tonight. We could see it extended inland. Of course, the storm will begin to weaken quite a bit once it gets out of the Gulf of Mexico, but heads up for you in Lakeland, heads up for you in Hardee counties, because you all could see an extension of this to the east as we see this northern Eyewall continue to move to the east over the next couple of hours. Anything else? Oh, okay. So yeah, we're continuing to watch that for you here as it shifts off to the east. The good news, though, I haven't seen any spin with this as far as any tornado risks go. It's one thing to worry about 100-mile-per-hour winds. It's another thing when you have to throw in a mix of those stronger winds. So yeah, we're going to continue to watch this for you. Also watching where that rain sets up the heaviest. We've seen anywhere from 6 to 8 inches of rain already. Got another 6 to 8 inches to go before we see this winding down. A bullseye showing up here for Citrus and Hernando County. So while you all are well removed from the eye, moving into Sarasota and Manatee counties in southern Pinellas and Hillsborough, the extreme rain rates are going to be here from I-4 north. So strongest winds along and south of I-4, extreme rain rates north of I-4 along and north. And this is where we could see some totals exceeding a foot, maybe even getting up to around 1.5 feet of rainfall. So that's where we're at right now with this. We're going to really have to pay attention closely to this extreme wind warning to see if we start getting some of these observations coming in over the next couple of hours. Greg, have you seen anything?
I haven't. We were just talking with Dennis. He does not remember a time when we've ever been under this.
Correct. So I did talk to my National Weather Service friend, and this would be the first time Pinellas, Hillsborough, and Manatee counties have been put under an extreme wind warning. They started this, about 15 years ago, 10, 15 years ago. So it's not something that's been around for hundreds of years. But yeah, it's the first time that we have seen this here in Pinellas, Manatee, and Hillsborough County. Sarasota County, your first time being in one was when Hurricane Ian rolled through, and you guys were in the northern Eyewall at that point. So a very similar situation here with the northern Eyewall being obviously north of the eye of the center, and we're seeing the worst of the winds and the extreme winds here potentially versus it being around the actual eye itself. So let me turn the flash flood warnings off. We are going to continue to watch this for you as we go over the next hour to hour and a half. Again, this is basically being treated as a tornado warning. What we do during tornado warnings, if they are threatening a major metro area, is we would cover it until the threat passes. And that's what we're going to have to do right here, because again, you may not see another extreme wind warning for another decade, 2 decades. Let's hopefully we don't have another one for another 100 years, right? But this is very, very serious, and this is where the power outages are going to start to come into play. So make sure, like Dennis said, you've got your cell phone charged, you've got our ABC Action News app downloaded to your phone, because that will continue to allow you to see our coverage should you lose power, and of course you're unable to watch us on TV anymore. But this is the bad part. This is the part that we were hoping would nudge south, nudge north, just something to get it out of our beautiful Tampa Bay area. And unfortunately, it's coming right into Tampa Bay. This will definitely go down as one of the strongest hurricanes on record for our area, and clearly the strongest we've had in about 103, 104 years since the 1921 Tarpon Springs hurricane. So there's a warning again. I do want to remove that warning because I really want to focus in here now on some of these bands coming on shore. Clearly, you can see the eye. And the outer eye wall, there were 2 eye walls if you were with us earlier today. Those have already moved into Manatee and Sarasota counties. That's why we're seeing more gusts showing up at 70 miles per hour plus 80 miles per hour, getting closer and closer to that. MacDill Air Force Base, we just gusted to 60 miles per hour. Brooksville, 66. Even in Winter Haven, far east of the center, we have a wind gust to 58 miles per hour. We're at 60 down toward Fort Myers. St. Pete, another gust to 66. And we're looking at, let's see, Venice gusting to 62 within the last hour or so. So again, extreme strong winds coming in, but the strongest are going to be right around the core of the eye. So in Sarasota County, you may be the landfall point when you're looking at the center. Again, the center of the eye where it comes on shore is the landfall point. This could be Siesta Key, it could be Turtle Beach, Osprey, maybe Venice, or it could be as far north as Lido Key, maybe even the southern part of Longboat Key, depending on how much to the north and east. And yes, there are extreme winds in this as well, but where the strongest winds are within this band here. So let's focus in now on Tampa and St. Pete. Look at the red colors over top of us, guys. This is 4 to 6 inch rainfall rates per hour, on top of the fact that we have the chance for 100+ mile per hour winds to move in within this band. Notice it's not moving at all. This is a stationary band as the eye is beginning to move closer and closer on shore. So we are literally covered up from north to south in Pinellas County, whether you are in Palm Harbor, whether you're in Tarpon Springs, down through Dunedin, Clearwater Beach, Indian Rocks Beach, Bel Air Shores, down to Madeira Beach and Treasure Island, Johns Pass, south to Paso Grill. We are covered up right now in the worst of the storm, and the winds are just beginning to pick back up. We are looking at Tampa being basically in the same thing. We are not in the strongest part of the northern Eyewall just yet here in the city of Tampa, but our extreme rainfall rates continue here as well. New flash flood warnings have been issued. Again, when we talk about how much we've seen so far, 6 to 8 inches of rainfall is where we're at this point. Widening out the picture, Lakeland, you guys are back into the heavier rain. And again, I want you to be prepared for those of you in Polk County because that extreme wind warning may be extended farther east within the next hour to hour and a half as this comes on shore, because you will be in the northern Eyewall here as well, especially south of I-4. So places like Bartow, Medulla, down toward Fort Meade. This is where along 17 we're going to likely potentially see this warning extended a bit farther east. In Manatee County, you are no longer now in the Eyewall. It's shifted north. But look to your west. This part of the Eyewall, the northwestern part of the Eyewall, is ever so slowly creeping closer and closer to Anna Maria and Longboat. This is going to be the worst part of the Eyewall for you all as well. Again, in the northwestern Eyewall, this is where we're looking at the strongest winds at this point, and they're picking up to around 100 plus miles per hour. So ladies, this is what we've got right now. Extreme wind warning until 9:30. Dennis is here. We're going to take a quick break, send it over to you guys. And what's the very latest that you have as far as power outages go? Because I know they've got to be starting to creep up now.
Yeah, Jason, Wendy and I have been looking at FPL, Duke, and TECO, and I do want to start with TECO seeing nearly 45,000 power outages at this point. FPL still hovering around that 8,000 in Manatee County.
Right, and Duke Energy now at 51,000, most in Pinellas County. So obviously there's a big issue there, and it's only going to get worse, as we know, because the winds are going to pick up. More power outages will be across the Bay Area. And almost immediately after we heard our phones ring for that alarm, for that extreme wind warning, we started getting notifications from several counties that first responders are now being pulled from the road for their own safety, including Sarasota, Clearwater Police and Fire, Pinellas County, the city of St. Pete, and Pasco County. They say they just can no longer respond west of the Suncoast Parkway for their own safety. And here's an important reminder. We want you to be able to reach us 24/7 during and after Hurricane Milton. Just scan that QR code on your screen to download our apps. And this way you can stay connected to us even if you lose your power or signal, and watch us on your phone. And please charge your phone right now before you lose your power.
Truly, if you're one of the lucky ones who still has power at this point.
Yes.
So to download our apps, take out your cell phone and go to your app store, search ABC Action News, click on the download. And once you're in the ABC Action News app, you'll see our live feed at the top of the homepage. It's exactly what we're showing right now, so you can still watch us there on your phone. Now, Pinellas County within the last 15 minutes put out a shelter-in-place warning, and our team coverage of Hurricane Milton continues now in Pinellas County.
Yeah, that's right. Our ABC Action News reporter Eric Waxler is in downtown St. Pete with the very latest out there. Eric, wow, the wind I can see is picking up because your camera can't even keep you in focus. There you are. You okay out there?
Hey there. Yeah, we're doing fine. The rain covering on the camera sometimes is going to definitely blow up as the wind blows up around us. So we are here just off of Central Avenue in downtown St. Petersburg. The weather has obviously deteriorated over the last couple hours. We are seeing the strongest gusts so far. You can see we are under some cover here at the True by Hilton Hotel. Let's take a quick look inside here. Let's see. You can see there are people that have been in here most of the day, making friends. You have family gathering together, eating, playing pool, playing chess, doing the best they can to make the best of a terrible situation. But better for them to be inside than out here, because as we continue to look, this is not a time you want to be outside. You can, as we look there on 17th Street, just look at the wind taking those trees. Already one tree went down. Thankfully, we are not seeing people drive around anymore, because for the last couple hours, there were still people out on the street. You can really feel these wind gusts going right now. Within the last few minutes, the city of St. Petersburg, as expected, shut down water to many parts of the city because they said, the sewer system obviously overrun with the stormwater surge and the threat of that. So they have shut that down. So it might not be a good idea to try and use the toilet at this point. Your plumbing might not work, but it is expected. And depending on how things go tonight, it could be more than 24 hours before it is put back on. So that is something that, could be one of the many inconveniences to come And you see these are a couple apartment buildings here on Central Avenue. We've seen people actually watching ABC Action News because when we go live, we can hear them screaming at us, saying hello as everybody just waits to see what this storm will do to St. Petersburg, an area that was ravaged, like so many others, by the storm surge for Hurricane Helene. And now, if the storm surge is even more than Helene, you just don't even want to think about the possibility because people already lost everything. And we've been keeping track of Jack Skellington, the Halloween decoration from the Nightmare Before Christmas. He is still flying up there. So we keep saying that as long as he's still up there, maybe we're okay. But everyone here just waiting the best they can to get through this storm. But we are definitely seeing the effects here as the Eyewall gets closer just south of us in that Bradenton area. But we're definitely feeling it here in downtown St. Pete. Live in downtown St. Pete, Eric Waxler, ABC Action News.
Eric, thank you. He just said waiting game, and I feel like that's what we've all been dealing with the past really few days.
Yeah, 100%. And really, especially the last 24 hours.
Yes.
It's like, you know, and there's no relief that we're seeing the eye get closer and closer either. It is the waiting game, but we'll get through it.
Yeah, and we do want to go now to our ABC Action News anchor, Paul LeGrone. He's in the Bradenton area.
That's right. So, Paul, have the winds picked up since the last time we saw you?
Yeah, absolutely. They're picking up pretty strong here. I haven't measured it, but it's definitely 70 plus. And we actually saw some sparks. I believe the power lines were sparking over in this direction. The clouds are moving really fast above us right now, and the trees are taking a beating. The power lines are really starting to wave, and we saw some sparks coming from a couple of homes down there, and the power is flickering on and off. I want to take you across the street, all right? Because I want to check in with our good folks, Gigi and Carl. They're the best from Boston. Love that town. They're here in Bradenton, where we are right now, in the area called Palma Vista. A few miles north of IMG Academy, a few miles south of the Manatee River. I'm going to ring their doorbell. They know I'm coming. We cleared it with them earlier, so I'm not just showing up unannounced. I wouldn't do that to anyone. But we wanted to check in with them. They got their family in Boston calling, asking how they're doing, as we do have a bit of a lull in the wind right now. All right, Gigi, Carl, how are you?
Worried about the door blowing.
That's all right. How you guys doing? How you holding up?
Holding up. Actually, the power's been off and on, so we've been lucky to keep it on. How about you over there?
We're doing good. You can tell the wind's starting to pick up.
All right. Yeah, no, it's definitely picked up, and we're going to hunker down at this point. I mean, we were worried about the wind all along. It's just waiting for it to come. The waiting game is the thing.
The waiting.
How's the family in Boston doing?
We're on the phone right now with our kids in Boston, and they're listening to us right now and keeping in touch and hoping for the best for us.
Okay. Well, the house looks good so far. I see you sandbagged the garage and everything. Yeah. Windows doing okay?
Yeah, so
we
far.
are right now. Everything's looking solid. So I mean, we're just
It's
hoping it
coming
moves
soon.
faster.
There you go. Hey, go Bruins, although I'm a Tampa Bay Lightning fan, so I can't really say that.
Lightning too.
The Lightning's my second team.
Second team. Thank you.
All right, guys, we'll check in with you a little bit. Y'all take care. Have a good one. All right. So that's Carl and Gigi across the street from where we are set up in our live house here to broadcast you these images as we eyewitness this storm together. In real time, the coverage there went a limb. So, yeah, the road becomes kind of a wind alley here. And no doubt earlier, this is really interesting. We had drenching rain. Now it's the wind. So this storm is changing before our eyes. Virtually no rain right now. It's all wind. I think I've got Dennis. Dennis, if you're there, I was told you wanted to ask me a couple of questions. Fire away, my friend.
Hey, Paul, it's Jason. Dennis is getting himself ready, but we are looking at that. You're in Bradenton. We've got that western eyewall now beginning to move closer, that northwestern part of the eyewall heading your way. So just a heads up for you, this is where we're likely going to start to see those gusts that could be well over 75 miles per hour. Any kind of an estimate on the winds right now as far as what you think they may have been happening so far? You did say you had some power interruptions, at least some sparks flying, so I know they've got to be picking up.
Yeah, the sparks were flying over in this direction. Our own power has flickered on and off. It's held strong, though, I will say so far. And the sound of the wind, I don't know if you guys can hear that, and this is a strong gust we're getting here, and it's switching directions on me. So now it's coming Still coming from the southeast. Okay, all right. Sparking there, right behind me. That's power lines. And we've got power lines behind the house. So we want those to hold strong too. But
Yeah,
their
it's
power
about-
just went out. Gigi and
It's about time for you to get out of there,
Carl,
Paul.
their power just went out.
Yeah, Paul,
All right,
if you have
all right,
sparking
well,
power lines,
listen.
it's probably time for you to get to safety.
All right. Well, we'll keep checking in with you guys. And yeah, this is definitely a wind event. You see
wow.
that? Did you guys see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see it out there.
Those power lines right behind the house where Carl and Gigi are, and I believe they did lose power. And that's the concern. I mean, you still, Florida, I don't want to say for the most part, but you know that there are certain areas where you have above ground power lines. That's just the way it is in a lot of older neighborhoods. And so, and of course, the morning after the storm, you have to be careful with where you're walking. But I think what's interesting to me, just witnessing this in real time here, out here, and kind of giving you guys a play-by-play as we stand out in this, is that, literally 30 minutes ago, I couldn't see because it was raining so hard. And now it's the wind and the power of the wind and what the wind is doing to the environment around us, from the power lines to debris coming off the roof and the trees and the limbs coming off. That is how we're experiencing this storm right now. Want to get a sense for the power outages, because I know that that's happening as we speak as well. But this is howling wind and definitely having an impact right now. And it's when you really want to keep a 360 view of what's coming at you. The house here is kind of a shield, a barrier, because at least it blocks whatever's coming this way. But this wind is now whipping around, and it almost changes directions on you real quick if you don't pay attention.
Hey, Paul, it's Dennis. So a quick question for you. So, I mean, the last 2 years, you've been in major hurricanes. You were in Perry. Oh, we have another extreme wind warning that just came out. How does what you're experiencing right now, and by the way, you're about 30 miles away from the eye, so the eye probably will pass directly over you. So yet again, it happened with you in Perry. It's going to happen with you here in Bradenton. Overall, the winds that we expect in your area, probably 100 to 115. But right now, how does it compare to what it was like in Perry?
Perry, I would say, Dennis, was stronger in terms of the gusts from what I remember at the height of that storm. But we have more elements around us because of the situation that we're at. I mean, as you know, you've covered storms too. I mean, it's literally like, okay, what is your situation? Our situation is a house, it's a neighborhood, it's trees, it's in the neighborhood setting. The situation in Perry was a hotel. It was almost like a shelter. We were out in it, and it was a wide open landscape. There were trees in the distance. Here, it's dense in the sense that there are different things around us. There's a fence, there are trees, there are signs, there's a lot of stuff that can go flying around. At this moment right now, the winds are not quite as strong as it was in Perry. That was a Cat 4, though, as I recall.
It was. I think you had about 130.
Cat 3?
Yeah, it is. I think you had about 130,
Yeah.
but I bring that up because the extreme wind warning could have winds of 115. And it is certainly possible that you could be seeing that. So my only suggestion to you is watch out for the trees, because I suspect there are going to be some trees going down.
Yeah, there will be. And I'll tell you the other thing, too, that was different about Perry versus Hurricane Milton is the nightfall. I mean, I'm just hearing this fence that's coming off here. So you can't really see what's coming at you sometimes, whereas in Perry, it was right in the middle of the day. You had the advantage of that sight line. These nightfall storms, I know that was a situation with Helene. It's frustrating for everyone because you just don't don't know what you can't see. But you do know what you guys are telling us, and obviously, for a lot of people, that's the lifeline, is the information.
The worst will be in your area.
I'm seeing glows in the distance.
Yeah, I'm sure. The worst in your area will probably be about 45 minutes, and then it'll last for about an hour. So if you can get a place of safety, maybe where you can show us what's happening while you're safe as that comes up, that would be awesome, because it's definitely going to get worse quick.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, we're ready. Whenever you guys want to come to us, we'll be ready for you.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Again, Paul Agrone in Bradenton. We also have Mike Paluska. Mike is in Venice, I believe. Sarasota. Mike's in Sarasota. Mike, you're even closer. You're about 20. Just measured it out here. So it looks, marginal right now, but I think it's going to go downhill pretty quickly.
Yeah, you know what, Paul? Sorry. You know what, Dennis? It has, and it's getting pretty intense where we're at. There's a lot of trees in the backyard of the house, so I've positioned myself in the middle of the street, and nothing big's flying our way, but we're getting some really extreme gusts, and I just looked at the radar map too, and so I guess that southern part's coming in. You can tell that I'm not wearing a jacket because there's really no rain out here, which I think you were mentioning, that southern part's breaking apart and it's weakening, which is good news. We want this thing to fall apart as fast as it can. My photographer, Reed Moeller, is positioned up top, kind of in a bird's nest up there, and I'm just going to give you a lay of the land on where we are. These are some of the things that are concerning us, but we're pretty far away from them. You can see that transformer right there. We have been seeing some unreal explosions behind us, and it's not lightning, it's transformers blowing. Power went out here about 20 minutes ago, and then we'll have Reed Moeller pan to the left, and you can see these trees are whipping. We actually have a giant pine tree in the backyard that we are staying way far away from. Woo, that was a good gust. We've positioned ourselves, and you saw that explosion out there. I'm not sure where my photographer's pointing, but you saw that explosion out there by that house, Dennis. And so I think what we're going to start seeing, I know we're not in that extreme wind warning, but this is intense. I wouldn't say it's as intense as we saw when we were in the Eyewall of Hurricane Ian, but I think it's going to start to ramp up, maybe 30 minutes or so from now, and then we'll be in it, like you said, for maybe an hour?
Yeah.
Or are we going to get what Paul gets?
No, actually, he'll probably get more than you do, depending on where it is. But I don't know, looking from our perspective, that's coming down. And, you got those mobile homes right there. That's obviously a scary thing as well. So, I mean, really, you got to find a place of safety. You're right. You're not going to have to worry about rain. You're one of those people we were talking about. You're going to have a ton of wind, and yet it's probably going to be very little of any rain there.
Yeah, and that's actually, I like not being in the rain because it's really hard to report when you're getting pelted with rain in your eyes. Just saw another explosion back behind Reed, and you saw that explosion out in the distance. And, I think when we cover these storms, you expect them to be front-loaded on the right side, Dennis, and I'm kind of trying to figure out why it's lopsided this time and going sort of towards the St. Pete area. Is that from the shear that came down with that cold front?
Yeah, the shear's coming in from the southwest, and what happens? Whoa, yep. Yeah, you can see that gust there. Yeah, it is lopsided. All of the wind, all of the rain is on the north side, and storms have a tendency to draw toward that where that strength is, so that's why I was lifting a little more north at first. But last check, it's actually kind of kicking back to the east, so it's wobbles. I mean, and you know that. You've been covering these a long time. You know how wobbles are pretty much unpredictable.
Yeah, they are. And one of the things that concerns me the most is we were out on Lido, and now we're getting even more storm surge here. And that's super concerning. I mean, there's all these people that didn't evacuate, so my heart is breaking for anyone that's still there. Obviously, we've been covering Helene. I'll just see where this is going. I think we're still good out here for now. I don't think these are hurricane force gusts, but we're getting pretty close to high-end tropical storm force winds. I'm going to kick it over to these trees and have Reed zoom in on that backside. Those guys are really bending. We've got trees down around this neighborhood that we're in Sarasota. We're close to downtown Sarasota. We're about a mile from Sarasota High. My coworker Julie Salamone is super close to where we are as well, her Airbnb. And I think where we're positioned here, I think we should be able to ride this out and give you guys coverage to see what's going to be coming up through Tampa. That's the most important thing, I know people think we're crazy when we stand out here, but, you wouldn't ask a fireman not to run into a burning building, so sometimes our job requires us to be out working. There went another explosion behind me. Power's going to be out for a while here, I think. I mean, this area, as you know, is so inundated with pine trees, and we've seen them just falling on lines, and exploding. Huge explosions, like booms of big branches that are hitting our house. It's brand new, just built, block construction, second floor, and we really, I was worried a little bit about localized street flooding. I'm really not anymore. We're hardly getting any flooding in the street, and as you mentioned, we're not going to be the ones getting the rain. So yeah, it's really coming in now, Dennis, and I think there's one more really big gust here. I'm just going to check down the street. It's actually, I have a clear line of sight to my left and my right, and I've got my field producer, Sean Daly, watching as well. We do want to be safe. I got 3 kids at home, and one is a month old. And so when it starts to get bad, we're going to go in. Mostly leaves now, Dennis. Mostly just leaves. These trees are holding up pretty good. So yeah, this is a good spot, and these power lines look like they're pretty stable as well. That transformer we thought might explode, but I think since the power exploded behind us a couple of times, this one's not energized anymore.
Hey, Mike, how far are you from the water?
You know?
How far are you from the water?
We are, as the crow flies, Dennis, we're 1 mile from Sarasota Bay in evacuation zone E.
Okay.
So we're really close to the water, and we were in Lido Beach yesterday, and we interviewed a guy. He has a frame house. He's lived there 34 years. He was boarding it up. He said he didn't get really much water from Helene because he's elevated a little bit. I said, hey, man, how are you doing? He said, look, I'm going to say goodbye to my house, and I hope it's here when I get back. And I know surge is hard to predict, even though they were spot on with Helene. So I'm just praying that surge, that worst case scenario, as this thing falls apart, doesn't come in. Because I know right now where we are, we got that onshore flow. And Tampa's got that offshore flow until it kind of wraps around. The winds have been coming out from the east, Dennis. And as they go counterclockwise, they're just going to wrap around this area. And then we're going to hit another spot so that we can duck in and out of cover. We got a really good spot here, elevated. So that's really good. I think the thing is tomorrow when we wake up in the morning, we're going to be looking at a lot different Tampa Bay area, and it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, a lot of trees. I mean, I think it's twofold. After Helene, we are going to get even more. I think the surge will be similar in the Bay that it was with Helene in the southern part. But for you, you're a mile in at an E. You said that's okay. But yeah, I'm afraid you're right. Sarasota, all the way up from Sarasota down to Siesta Key, I think they're going to see a 10 to 12 foot surge, and I don't think there's any way around it. So stay safe out there, Mike. We'll come back to you shortly as the winds start to pick up, and that will be rather shortly. Again, thanks. That's Mike Paluska over in Sarasota. We're going to go to Seminole, I believe. Robert Boyd is live in Seminole right now, and Seminole is an area that is actually under that extreme wind warning. So, Robert, it looks like you're okay right now, but I would expect that to go downhill pretty quickly.
Dennis, everything you've mentioned in the last hour has come true right here in real life for me and the crew in Seminole. Randy Wright and Kylie McKibben. Right now, the wind has picked up tremendously. It is really blowing. You look at the trees behind me. They are swaying back and forth. The stop sign rattling. I feel pretty safe, though, because the property, the Airbnb that we're staying in, doesn't have any large trees in the yard or anything, and I haven't seen much debris blowing around. So that's good news. But the wind is really picking up. Extreme wind, as you mentioned. And as soon as you mentioned it about an hour ago, that's when we saw it happen. Then you guys mentioned the power outages. And sure enough, you mentioned be careful, charge your phones. The power will go out. Sure enough, about 10 minutes after you said that, right here in Seminole, we lost power at our Airbnb. And then the third big thing that has been mentioned in the studio throughout the night is that once it gets to a certain point, too much danger for our first responders to go out, they won't go out, and that's what's happened right here in Seminole. No longer going out. If anybody has a medical emergency, unfortunately, they're going to have to fend for themselves. Police, fire, they are sheltering in place now. They're not coming out here to help people. So really, you got to be careful. If you decided not to evacuate, you really took matters into your own hands. But I do want to say this particular neighborhood here in the Seminole area, there was an evacuation order. So again, we feel safe about that. A lot of people taking precautions. When we drove around here earlier today, we saw a lot of people boarding up their windows. I would say at least 50 to 60% of the people in this neighborhood had storm shutters, boarded up their windows. They did everything they could. Wow, that was a pretty large wind gust that just came through. And I'm looking, but again, the good news is I don't see a lot of debris flying around, so I feel pretty safe about that. But the wind has definitely picked up, Dennis. And I'm just wondering, from your standpoint, how many more gusts are we going to see? How long is this going to last?
All right, Robert, thank you. It looks like the wind is definitely picking up, and from what Dennis said, it'll continue to. So stay safe out there. We'll check back in with you in just a bit. And we want to stay in our southern counties, and we move now to Sarasota.
Sarasota County, or are we going to Adam Walser?
We're going, I'm sorry, yes, Hillsborough County.
Yeah, Adam Walser, he's in the Hyde Park area. Adam, this is one of the first times we've actually checked in with you. What's it like in the Hyde Park area?
Well, the Hyde Park area is pretty much a ghost town. Normally this time of night it would be hopping with all the restaurants, all the businesses here, but right now it's a ghost town pretty much. We're staying at a small hotel called the Pally House Hotel. It's filled with people, actually a lot of them who lost their homes or had significant damage from Hurricane Helene. They've been staying here for the last week and a half or so since they moved out. to get to repair, so they're seeking refuge. And a few other people who I talked to who live down the hill, we're at a high point here in High Point, but a few of the people who live closer to the bay in those houses that are maybe 100 years old, they also came to this hotel to seek refuge because of that fear of that storm surge. We don't know exactly what we're going to see there, but we have seen a significant amount of rain. We've seen the rain come down constantly. We've seen some squalls, really heavy winds and heavy sections of rain. As we drove around throughout South Tampa today, we saw there's still those piles of debris. So, of course, with all the heavy wind moving that stuff into the roadways and all the rain, it should cause some flooding in this area. But right now, it's we haven't seen the worst of it yet. We're just seeing occasional rain. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Adam. We want to go back now to our southern counties because they are truly experiencing the most right now.
That's right, and Paul Lagrone is out in Bradenton. And Paul, last time we saw you, you were having power outages around you. Power lines were down. What's it like now?
Power is out. Power is out in this neighborhood. We have a generator, so we're able to continue to broadcast live to you. But yeah, the neighborhood is in the dark right now. These lights you're seeing are from us and our generator. We saw the wind has been consistently strong. This is nothing compared to what it was literally 5 seconds ago. So any moment now, we could see a huge gust come in. It is all wind and hardly any rain. We're in Bradenton, a few miles south of the Manatee River. Okay, I want to go this way. Yeah, all right. So, yeah, just showing you around as far as the lights will take me. You see those trees whipping in the background, and that's our primary indicator of how strong these winds are. And again, literally at any second, we could get another punch here of wind. We're surrounded by water in the sense of the Manatee River's to our north, and the Intercoastal is to our west. Heavy, heavy rainfall for hours until about 45 minutes ago, and it switched to all wind. I'm just shielding my eyes because I want to make sure that nothing's coming off of that roof. About 20 minutes ago, we saw several explosions and sparks. The power lines basically lit up, went out, and that's when the power on this block basically went out for everyone. Our friends over there, Carl and Gigi, they might be watching us if they have a generator, but I don't think they are. We talked to them live on the air when you guys last came to us. It's almost like the rain is being sprayed above us, and it's all wind. We are starting to get a little bit more rain right now, but mostly this is a wind event at this moment here. Of course, the storm surge is a different story because we already know that the Manatee River is flooding, and the streets near and along the Manatee River are underwater right now. We knew that before the sun went down. The police department here in Bradenton put that information out. And of course, the storm surge is the story that we're going to have to continue to monitor. Wind damage, I will say so far, we haven't seen anything, even though the wind has been strong. So far, these trees have held up, and so far, these homes have not I have not seen anything come off the homes or hit anything. The signs have remained intact. So despite the strong wind, even though we see some things waving in the wind, so far, so good in that regard. But yes, now you're riding out a hurricane without power in the dark in Bradenton, as so many others are throughout the greater Tampa Bay region as Milton makes landfall here. I will say this, you know, we did see somebody ride their motorbike right through the street here right after our last live shot with no helmet or cover on. So you could say, well, Paul, you're doing the same thing. You're out in a hurricane, and okay, maybe you got a point. But I just don't want to see anyone. I don't want to see anyone get hurt. Obviously, you know, I want everyone to make it through this thing. So as I come back your way, you know, I think right now people are hunkered down. They're where they're going to be to ride this thing out. I think what's interesting is how it went from being, you know, rain to now wind. Although we are starting to see just a bit of a break with the wind right now. Of course, as I send it back to you, it's as soon as you guys go to somebody else, we'll have this huge gust of wind. That's how it always works. And the power of the power of Milton is real, which is why people are taking it seriously. Man, okay, that's a strong gust. The rain is starting to come down, and the wind is whipping wildly right now. You know, the one thing you don't have to worry about, I guess, is the power's already out, so you're not going to have an explosion of sparks or fire from the power lines, because that's already been taken care of by Milton.
Paul,
what you could have is flying debris. So
I don't know, Paul.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? I'm wondering, is this the strongest gust you've gotten so far? Because it looks like the eye is just uncomfortably close.
Yeah, you know, Wendy, it's so unpredictable. And when we say gusts, I'd liken it to, I mean, I hate to be violent, but, you know, I liken it to a punch. I mean, it's the best way I can describe it, because that's how long it lasts. It's literally like that. Okay, wow. And then it goes away, and then it might come back again. So, you know, having experience covering Adalia Live in the daytime, you know, and I almost got knocked over on live TV. I grabbed onto a bench just in time before I almost bit it on live television because the wind moved me. I think I admitted my weight at the time was 170 pounds. I may have been fudging the numbers on that a little bit. And in the years since, I think I've added a few pounds. So the wind has not moved me in that way yet. I do have the advantage of this house blocking the wind, and it's coming from the southeast. It hasn't switched direction quite yet. When it whips back the other way, the wind is going to be blowing toward us, toward the house in this direction. Right now, it's still coming off the roof and blowing whatever it will over the roof line here. So this is nothing to sneeze at. I mean, the wind is real. And the rain. I mean, now the rain is starting to pick back up. So now you've got the double whammy of wind and rain. And I can only imagine what that means for the storm surge along the Manatee River in the mouth of Tampa Bay.
All right, well, we will certainly check back in with you in just a bit as the winds continue to pick up. I know landfall, I believe, is between 8:30 and 10, so we're just about an hour into those most intense winds as the eye of the wall continues to move closer to the coast.
And truly, you have to feel for the people who are there right now without power, because this is the scary point that we've been talking about, to hear all those winds. And I mean, take the rain out of the picture. It's
for sure
the winds when you
hear and that whistling that they talk about so much.
Yeah. So Pinellas County, we know within the last 30 minutes they were put into basically a shelter-in-place warning. So we want to now move to our reporter in Pinellas County.
That's right, and our Eric Waxler is standing by in downtown St. Pete with the latest out there. Eric?
Yeah, Wendy, we are feeling it here in downtown St. Pete for sure. Major wind gusts ripping through here. We got the warning about an hour ago of wind gusts 50 miles an hour. I think we've definitely topped that now. And take a look. First of all, let me tell you that I feel very fortunate. We are undercover on the third floor balcony here at this hotel on Central Avenue. It's the True by Hilton. And so we're thankful, as are many people here that are sheltering here, to be in a place. It's a 7-story building. And so we are here and we are not out in the elements, thankfully, thanks to a little covering, although we can definitely feel it and give you the vantage point from here. And you see down at Central Avenue, you see the trees blowing, you see sheets of wind, sheets of rain just coming down 17th Street there, and just such force up against these buildings. And we definitely have some viewers in some of these apartments. We can see those folks there that we've been following for several hours now with the Jack Skellington decoration there on their balcony. They've got the light so we can see that Jack is still there. They've left him hanging up, and they're watching ABC Action News coverage. And I can look through some of the windows, and I see coverage, and we see people waving at us through here because everybody is just home making the best of this situation. Boy, look down 17th Street right now again as we see the force of these gusts. And something that's happened here as expected within the last hour is that they have shut off water for most of St. Petersburg. They had put that out earlier that because the sewer treatment centers would need to be shut down because of the potential storm surge again. And so you can't use your plumbing. That includes toilets. You can't operate with that surge, so it could take more than 24 hours to restore, depending on how bad things get here. And listen, some of these neighborhoods, whoa, that was a big sheet of wind. And kudos to photographer, videographer Jason Richards here, who is standing tall as this wind just comes through this balcony that we're on. But you know, Northeast St. Pete, Shore Acres, all of you, hopefully. Have gotten out of those areas because, listen, they flooded so badly during Helene, so we can only imagine what might happen this time. And, you know, we reported this earlier in the day, but it's something to bring up again because of the threat of looting. So many neighborhoods that have been evacuated. If you hadn't heard, earlier today, somebody was arrested by St. Petersburg police for actually trying to burglarize a home in Shore Acres. And so, you know, everyone evacuated there, and then somebody tried to steal, and they were arrested. As we look over the balcony here onto 17th Street, and just, you see the force of the wind, and we haven't even seen the worst of it yet. This is, you know, and the other thing that, you know, we've been thinking all along with all of the debris from Helene, all that debris in so many people's front yards that hasn't been picked up yet. Thankfully, we haven't seen any of that flying around, because that has been a major concern for so many people. What would happen with that, with these heavy winds coming through? But we are seeing it, we are feeling it, and we're hearing it, hearing the roar of the winds here in downtown St. Petersburg. Back to you guys.
Yeah, I can see the wind picking up again. Thank you, Eric. We'll check back with you in just a little bit. We now want to go to Tampa. That's where our Scripps reporter, Jenna Ray, joins us live from Ybor City.
Yeah, Jenna, how are the conditions there in Ybor City right now?
It's wet, and it's been wet like this for a few hours now. We saw the rain pick up, I would say, within the last hour or so. You can see this rain coming down. Take a look behind me. I'll step out so you can really see what's going on. We've got this whipping rain that's almost going sideways because the wind has really ramped up over the last several hours. You can see those trees whipping in the wind as well. So just so you guys know, we're stationed here at a hotel in Ybor City. We're at 7th and 14th. This hotel is almost nearly full. So there's a lot of people who are staying here, a lot of people from out of town, and a lot of people actually from the Tampa area who lived closer to the shore, who are now coming a little bit further inland to ride out this hurricane. Now, it's ramped up here. We're not seeing flooding. We still have power. I know some other reporters had mentioned that they're already seeing places without plumbing and without power, but we still have power over in Ybor City. And right now, all we're really experiencing is that heavy rain and the whipping wind. It's been an issue for a lot of people here. We haven't seen many people outside. We saw a couple people trying to brace the forces a few hours ago, but I think everyone has really wrapped things up and they're trying to stay inside. Now, something that we've seen in this area specifically is a lot of people trying to put their cars in shelters. So that's a parking garage, anywhere that's not just sitting on the street. We had a hard time finding parking earlier today. That parking structure that you can see behind me, a couple blocks down, completely full. We spent several minutes trying to find parking earlier today. Almost every single parking space in that lot has been full. There's another one a couple blocks from where I'm standing too. We're told that one too is full. But for now, we have power. What we're dealing with here, obviously, as you can see, is this rain. It feels like it's intensifying a little bit more, and we're anticipating that to come in the next few hours too.
All right, thank you. We'll check back with you in just a bit. And we turn now to downtown Sarasota, where our Chad Mills has been feeling the high winds and the heavy rain from Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, our Sarasota, Manatee County reporters really are. Chad, what is it like where you are right now?
Well, guys, it is very windy, to say the least, and we've actually moved away from downtown Sarasota, making that drive up Fruitville Road. We're actually staying at a place off of Honore Avenue. That's where you see right here, a little cul-de-sac, a neighborhood where the power just went off a couple minutes ago. And you see some of these palm trees. We're in a lull right now, believe it or not, but every now and then, seem to be getting one right now, the wind really picks up, really whipping these trees. And off to the left there, they're hard to see because it's dark now without power, but there's a grove of pine trees and large trees that are, you know, here it goes right now. You just look at them as the wind blows and you hope that they hold up. But we're getting so much wind here right now, and the eye isn't even really on top of us in terms of track. The track is more north, but we're still feeling it right now. And Sarasota County just minutes ago telling people that they are ready to respond to widespread power outages when it is safe to do so. The city of Sarasota says its utilities team is already meeting right now, kind of gearing up for the response that they will likely have over the next 24 hours or so once Milton passes and they can get out and start repairing utilities. But, dark now, but the sky behind me, just saw a flash over there right now. It's been kind of lighting up green and purples as we see transformers all along Honore Avenue, which is behind the cul-de-sac you're looking at, blowing over there, those transformers. Now, as we made the journey inland along Fruitville Road, we saw some trees down. There was a sizable one in downtown Sarasota that we kind of moved around to get on our path on Fruitville Road. We saw an area where porta potties hadn't been secured. They were still standing in a parking lot, and one of them picked up by the wind in front of our eyes, pushed out into the middle of Fruitville Road. We had to snake around that as it was being pushed by wind. Another tree, a pretty sizable tree down on Honore Avenue as well, but we made it back here. You can only imagine now as the wind has really picked up over the past hour or so, going to be more trees down, more debris in roadways, all the reason to stay indoors even after this thing passes, because chances are there are going to be power lines down as well. Any number of pitfalls on Sarasota County roads right now as we really feel the bulk wind from Milton that we're going to feel here. The story here, though, will likely be storm surge, which they dealt with during Hurricane Helene just 2 weeks ago. They anticipate the bulk effect of storm surge to happen over the next 12 hours or so into the early morning hours. They believe that storm surge along Sarasota Bay and of course, Gulf of Mexico, too, along the Barrier Islands will rise rapidly, putting so many of those areas under feet of water. You just feel for the people who just dealt with Helene a couple weeks ago. They were trying to get a path lined up to repair. Now they have this on top of them again, and with that track north of us, it means the storm surge will likely be worse here in Sarasota County. But we're going to stand by here at the place we're staying as we brace for another big gust of wind right now and send it back to you guys in the studio for now.
All right, Chad, and we'll check back with you as the wind continues to get stronger and stronger. We want to go north now to Northport.
Yeah, and our Capitol reporter Forrest Saunders trading south. Tallahassee for Milton, moving down south to Northport. Forrest, welcome to this part of the state. How is it like for you out there?
Well, you would make a wonderful travel agent. I've really enjoyed my stay. Thank you very much. The accommodations are wonderful. No, it's been horrible. Guys, this is a terrible storm. I will tell you, we are now actually next to City Hall. We are standing in a safe zone. I don't want you to worry about me. But we were actually outside of the Northport High School just a little bit ago. We had a police officer come up to us and say, listen, I know you guys are doing the news, but it's not safe to be out here. You got to go someplace else because we lost the roof during one of our last major hurricanes down here. So you have got to go. That's exactly what we did. We packed up, we left, and went to another secure location. That is where we're standing now. Now, I know it doesn't look like it, but the wind is really whipping behind me. It sounds almost like a locomotive. I know a lot of people say that when they go through tornadoes, stuff like that, but that's kind of what it is. It's just this constant rush of wind and roar. It's almost like the crashing of waves on the beach, except for you don't have the ebb. It's just a constant smashing of waves. And the trees are out of control. They are whipping back and forth. I think a few of them might go not too far from City Hall. Again, we are being as safe as we can be, and people are really heeding these evacuation warnings. We had a mandatory evacuation order here in Sarasota County for levels A, B, and C. We are in the D zone, but people were heeding that. At the high school where we were at, more than 870 people staying right there across the way. At the middle school, another several hundred. And then across the county, something like 6,500, which is great news. People are listening. They're getting high and dry. that is the safe thing to do until this storm passes. Now we are waiting to see if the power will go out on us. But I will turn it back to you in Tampa. I hope you guys are staying just as safe.
Forrest, thank you. You stay safe out there. It's our field crews that really, need to stay safe, and they are safe.
Oh, all right. Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips, when he says he needs to talk, he's got to talk.
Yeah, we got to talk. Yeah, I mean, the reporters going through some stuff, but, I want to focus on the fact that we still have an extreme wind warning. That's about the most serious wind advisory that we will get in the Bay Area. I've been here 30 years. It's happened one time in 30 years, and that was 7 years ago, whenever Irma was, and it was in Polk County. So the storm still has winds of 120 miles an hour, moving northeast at 15. It is weakening. The northern Eyewall, all of the weather that Robert was showing, all the weather that you're seeing in Hillsborough County and in Pinellas County and in northern Manatee County, that is the northern Eyewall of this storm, and that's where all of the weather is. All right, here are the forecasts for the wind gusts. We just had an 88-mile-an-hour wind gust in St. Pete. Matter of fact, we had it twice. So over the next few hours, we're expecting winds between 70 and 90, gusting up to 100 miles an hour. When you see an extreme wind warning, that means expected winds of 115 miles an hour. Now, it doesn't mean the entire area, but it will be in some areas. And Allie's going to talk about that in just a second. There's the forecast where the eye will go, again, through the evening into the overnight hours, and then moving out off the East Coast by tomorrow morning. So at this point in time, there's the latest track, winds of 120. The forecast track is here. The actual track was here. It made kind of another wobble. It made another little bit of a wobble to the east, which is, it's one of those things. We've been saying this for hours. You're going to see it go, and more often than not, when it does wobble, it goes to the right. It's like it goes downstream, if you will. So at this point, there's the forecast track, and that's pretty much from north of Sarasota County, so Manatee, Hillsborough, Pinellas County. You are in an extreme wind warning, and we are already seeing those winds close to 100 miles an hour in a couple of spots. And for the next 2 hours, it's going to continue. Let's go over to Allie with the latest on that. Allie?
Yeah, Dennis, I mean, we continue to see very strong winds. You mentioned that we've seen 88 miles per hour in St. Pete, not just once, but twice, and they were within 5 minutes of each observation. So these winds are not just whipping, they're doing even more than that. And we're continuing to check, of course, on our monitors to see exactly what the winds are doing. Sarasota getting up to 77 miles per hour. That is a Category 1 hurricane. St. Pete getting pretty close to that Category 2 strength. Even out in Tampa, 60 miles per hour. 69 in Brooksville, which is still a few miles and maybe even more away from where the Eyewall is inland. So that just shows you the extent of the winds. They are really starting to move well on through. And we're also talking, too, about the potential for, of course, the high wind warning that Dennis mentioned earlier. I mean, it's like seeing a tornado warning over your area, just repeated very strong winds, potentially up to 100 miles per hour over the same area. That's for Pinellas County, Hillsborough, and Manatee. A lot of those communities, I know, hopefully people who are in those evacuation zones are out of there because roofs can come off of mobile homes. There are many trees in those areas that could lose limbs. They could go on power lines, and you don't want that situation to happen to you. I know it might be tempting to peek out some of those windows to see what's going on as the Eyewall gets closer, but I promise you, you could just sit inside away from the windows. You could watch the coverage. We have people out there that are doing it safely, and you can watch them instead of putting yourself in harm's way. Also continue to watch some very heavy downpours moving through Dennis, and we continue to keep an eye out on the storm as it pushes through.
And Allie, that's kind of the biggest concern, the combination of the two, because you had all this rain. You've already had rainfall totals well over 8 or 9 inches. It could go much higher than that. So you already have tree roots that are weakened because the ground is so soft with all the rain. So it doesn't take as much to have a tree down when you've had so much rain. And again, most of that rain has been Pinellas, Hillsborough County, north. Far less totals across our southern counties, and that is going to continue for at least the next couple of hours. I mean, there it is. This is a look at Futurecast, the track of the eye moving through Manatee County, southeastern Hillsborough County, and that is significant because that keeps this area in the offshore flow. The bay has been so close Right now, we're not getting any reports of significant surge. We will see how the next few hours go. Clearly, the surge in Sarasota, part of Manatee, and down to the south in Charlotte is going to be significant. So what I'm afraid we're going to be seeing tomorrow morning is a lot of trees down in the zone where that storm is gone, and even more because we've talked about this for days. I mean, this is a storm that doesn't really look or act like a typical hurricane. It certainly did a couple of days ago, right? When it had 180 mile an hour winds. Well, now it's transitioning into what we think of as a winter storm, a nor'easter kind of, an extratropical system. And when you have that, the winds spread out more uniformly. So you get less severe wind at the surface near the eye, and you get that wind expanding out a little bit. And that's what's going on here. We mentioned the northern Eyewall has kind of moved on shore. Well, this is, again, 10 o'clock. It will have, but you're going to see several hours of that kind of rain and that kind of wind in those counties. So I'm afraid to say it is almost guaranteed, a word I don't like to use, but almost guaranteed that you are going to see significant tree damage in some of these spots in the overnight and into tomorrow. And of course, that will lead to widespread power outages. I was just talking to a friend of mine, my next door neighbor actually, and she was saying the power has been flickering. Women, ladies, LSG, Wendy, what are the power outages over? Have you got any updated numbers? Because you got to figure it's increasing, right?
Sure, we do.
Tico is sitting at about 74,000.
74,000?
Yeah.
Duke Energy, 100,000.
All right, so there you
and
go.
that's mainly Pinellas County.
So yeah, a lot of power outages.
We're coming up 175,000. We'll probably be over 250,000 in a half an hour or so because that area of wind just continues to build and intensify. So the extreme wind warning runs for another hour and a half. They can expand it if they want to. The Weather Service, it's a local product, not from the Hurricane Center. And they can push it east if they need to. So it is by no means even the light at the end of the tunnel. We're going to be looking at this through the overnight hours, and it probably won't be until sunrise tomorrow before we're really out of the clear. The surge is the other issue, obviously, and that's the one where, at least right now, the forecast for the Bay was lowered by the Hurricane Center. We talked about this at 5. You were looking at that 10 to 15-foot surge prediction. That was always, and we tried to be clear about this, that was always what they considered a worst-case scenario. They wanted everybody to know the absolute worst it could be and decide whether they wanted to evacuate knowing that. Makes sense, but it was never the forecast. Now, NHC is going 6 to 9. That might even be a little high with this track, Sarasota and Manatee County. It's all the wobbles. I mean, again, they've gone this and this and this, and it's impossible to predict where they're going to go. It's very possible to predict where this is going to go. The red color, the hurricane winds, and this is tonight at 11 o'clock, and there you see them. Now, the hurricane force winds extend 35 miles from the center. The severe, strong winds with the eye are much smaller. But here's what's fascinating. The winds in the northern eye wall, unfortunately, are every bit as strong as the winds near the eye. So folks in Pinellas County and northern Hillsborough County, and eventually even around Pasco County, you're like, all right, well, I'm going to miss the eye. I'm okay. In this particular storm, that northern eye wall is every bit as strong. There's the track. Tomorrow morning, Orlando will have hurricane force winds. Lakeland will have had hurricane force winds. Pretty much most of Polk County will have had hurricane force winds, and then it starts to move offshore. So that's kind of where we are right now. We still have that extreme wind warning for about an hour and a half. It is certainly possible, if not likely, that it is extended eastward. We'll see how it plays out. Let's go back to Wendy and LSG.
All right, thank you, Dennis. Governor Ron DeSantis just spoke a moment ago, and to recap some of the points he wanted to make, there's been 116 tornado warnings with 19 confirmed touchdowns throughout the state. Numerous counties have reported tornado damage, and as of right now, the peak storm surge looks to be between about the Charlotte-Lee County line up until Anna Maria Island. He also mentioned that the Highway Patrol will be standing by to escort those fuel trucks to service stations so that people will have access to gas as soon as they can as they return home.
Yeah, and I feel like we don't need to say this, but the governor also said everyone needs to stay where they are, and they have FDOT staged and ready to go with bridge inspectors, because we know all of our bridges are shut down right now, generators, heavy equipment, and again, those 50,000 line workers, because we just talked about the power outages, that is going to be a major task come tomorrow.
What's really great, too, is they've come from all over the country to help Florida, which is really awesome. So if you do lose power and you have a radio, you can actually still listen to our coverage from from our meteorologists and reporters throughout the storm. We've partnered with 6 local radio stations, and they are listed right there on your screen.
Our radio partners include 99.5 QYK, 98.7 The Shark, 92.5 Maxima, Q105, Wild 94.1, and Talk 1010 AM. Again, if you lose power like so many, we will be simulcasting our coverage live on those channels.
And here's an important reminder. We do want you to be able to reach us 24/7 during and after Hurricane Milton. Just scan that QR code on your screen to download apps. This way you can stay connected to us even if you lose power or signal, and watch us on your phone. And please charge your phone right now if you haven't lost your electricity before you lose power, because it's important.
Seriously. And to download our apps, just take out your cell phone, go to your app store and search ABC Action News and just click download. Once you're in the ABC Action News app, you'll see our live feed right at the top of our homepage, and it's free, so you can do it right now. That way you have access to our coverage if you do lose power and need to watch on your phone. Now, we do want to continue our coverage in our southern counties. Manatee County just urging the public to shelter in place like so many other counties, so we want to go down there.
Yeah, ABC Action News reporter Katie Legrone is in Palmetto. And Katie, I know you've been out in the elements for a while. You were by a shelter. It looks like you've definitely moved. Where are you now?
Yeah, we're actually coming to you guys from the garage of the home that we are staying in. We're about 7 miles northeast of Manatee River. So we're past 75, we're east of 75. So we are in a non-evacuation, obviously, area. In fact, there's a couple shelters, an elementary school and a middle school, that are now housing each about 1,000 people, just over 1,000 people, right up the street from us. So we feel pretty safe in where we are. We're coming to you from the garage, and we've actually had to bring down a portion of the garage door because of the howling wind, the gusting wind. I mean, we are getting certainly the strongest winds we've had in just even the last little while, in the last hour. You just saw that little flicker of light. We are dealing with flickers of light on and off. There's not a whole lot you can see in terms of the darkness, but this is kind of our North Star here. This wind, this tree, you can see just how ferociously it's moving and flailing back and forth. This is basically what we've been dealing with out here for the last, I want to say good hour, maybe even 2 hours. All of this really started, we really started to feel, I'm going to stop talking for a second and you can even hear the howling of the wind. And, as we've been reporting throughout the evening, you go through these sort of gusts, these periods where there's a huge gust of wind to the point where we've actually even had to bring this completely down, and then it'll kind of settle down. Inside, you'll notice this door, this little opening into the crawl space. That's the result of wind. We've actually gone up there and kind of fixed it, and then it, obviously got, situated again because of all of this wind. I mean, this is what we're dealing with in Palmetto. This is what we've been waiting for, what we've been expecting all afternoon, all day long. I spoke to the chief a couple hours ago. Certainly all emergency officials are well off the road. They've been off the road. Oh, and there we go. And this is, now I'm in the dark. If you can hear me, can you still hear me, guys?
We can still hear you, but yes.
Can you guys still hear me?
We can hear you, but you are in the dark.
Obviously,
okay.
You must have lost power. The house you're in.
We just lost power.
Yeah.
That's right. The house we're in, there we go. Thanks, Matt. Matt just put the flashlight on me. The house just lost power. It is pitch black outside. The entire street lost power. There we go. And now we're on. So this is the situation. It's been that flicker on and off. That was actually probably the most dramatic, if you will, power outage. It lasted a few more seconds. It hadn't lasted all that long prior. But it's all heating up. I mean, this is what we've been talking about. We are definitely feeling it here in the city of Palmetto. Fortunately, I will tell you what we've heard from, you could hear that whistling, that wind. The police chief is there's this sentiment that people really did heed the advice to evacuate. I mean, this is a small coastal town sandwiched in between St. Petersburg to the north, Bradenton and Sarasota to the south. Water on three sides, Manatee Bay, the Sia Bay, and Tampa Bay. And so they're used to storms. They're used to dealing with bad storms, but Helene hit them hard here. They dealt with 4 or 5 foot surge. They didn't want to deal with that again. And so in fact, even in the chief's words, he said, people learned their lesson from Helene just 2 weeks ago. And so there are thousands of people evacuating, not just here in Palmetto. In fact, the latest numbers we have are just over 10,000 people have evacuated to 18 different shelters set up in Manatee County, several of them here in the city of Palmetto. So that's sort of the good news out of this is people did heed that advice throughout the day. We saw boarded up businesses and homes and sandbags and just vacant areas, neighborhoods. I mean, neighborhoods that there was just nobody there. Mobile homes are plentiful in this part of Manatee County. Those people, we met quite a few of them over at the shelters up the street where we were at earlier today. But this is essentially the latest here in Palmetto. The wind is howling. It is gusting. It does seem like the rain has sort of settled down a bit. That's been interesting, but those periods, as you guys know from covering storms yourselves, it comes and then it goes. It comes and then it goes, and that is the rhythm of the rest of the evening here in Palmetto. Back to you guys.
All right, Katie, thank you. Stay safe. And I remember she did say 1,000 people were at the shelter that she was at earlier, so clearly people were heeding those warnings.
And 10,000 in the whole county did evacuate, which is great.
Truly great to hear. So from Katie, we go to Paul. The Lagrones are truly doing the most in this storm right now.
Team coverage here. Paul, I know you had power outages, power lines coming down. It looks like the wind is picking up.
Yeah, the wind definitely picking up here in Bradenton in this neighborhood, Palma Vista, and the wind still coming, I think, from that southeast direction. When it flips, it's going to be coming from the opposite direction. We're getting very powerful howling wind gusts at times. Also, the rain is coming down, and every now and then, here comes another one. You can see the trees behind me, they get it. That's when you hear it. That's when you kind of get the heads up. Sometimes it comes just right at you. The power has been out in this neighborhood for almost an hour. It went out as we were reporting live, and we saw the sparks with the power lines. You know, quick story, by the way. So my wife is on the other side of Manatee River in Palmetto, Katie, covering the storm. Here I am. Our kids are with my parents in Plant City, riding out the storm there. But you know, Katie, you know, she went through Hurricane Andrew when she lived in Miami, and I think it was her dad and her brothers that rode out the storm in their old house in near North Miami Beach, and it was her and her mom that actually, I think, at least tried to get to a shelter. So Katie is certainly no stranger to riding out major hurricanes. Between the two of us, we've racked up a lot of time in these storms, but we spoke to some neighbors right next door, okay? So a lot of this neighborhood, they're riding out the storm here. They boarded up their homes. I'd say it's about 50-50. But I'd say most people here stayed, and we talked to some folks, a whole family over there, a grandmother, a mother, husband, presumably. They're all there. They got a candlelight situation going on right now with the power being out. We have lights because we have a generator hooked up to our live truck. Tim, if you want to pan over and just show ABC Action News, obviously. And that family, they told us, look, we feel safe, we feel good. Right now, they feel okay with this storm, but we're approaching the eye coming our way. This is the strongest wind that I've seen so far, and it's been pretty consistent, but it's consistent in a way that's like, okay, you know, punch, lull, punch, lull, punch, lull. It's not like straight. And when it is straight, it's more like straight for like, okay, 5, 10, maybe 15 seconds, and then it lulls back down and you get the rain. So it kind of like goes in spurts. And I talked before in other storms how even depending on where you're standing, you'll experience the wind in a different way. It's almost like rivers of channels of wind. Right now, because of safety concerns, and I'm so grateful to have Tony and Tim with me. They're complete pros at what they do, and logistically have set us up in such a way where we're able to cover and witness this storm and bring you these images live in real time of Hurricane Milton. And I do feel safe, in large part because of them. You still have to keep your head on a swivel, though, especially when that wind switches back the other way. So, you know, and with it being nighttime, I think it adds an extra layer of caution for everyone who is riding out this storm. And it's almost one of these things where you can't fear what you can't see. So if you are inside, like our friends Carl and Gigi across the street that we spoke with, you're just riding it out. Hopefully you have a generator. If you don't, maybe you call it a night and just hold on tight to each other and see what you're dealing with the next day. Looking at their house right now looks good. Everything looks fine. But it's the cumulative effect of the wind, of the rainfall, of the storm surge. And we do know that to our north is the Manatee River, and it's already flooded over its banks, and there's street flooding along that. That was to be expected, and the storm surge, as Dennis was saying, could be 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 feet. And then, of course, you have the rainfall that has been steady all day, the wind that is starting to pick up, and over to the east, or rather, the west, I should say, is Tampa Bay and the Intercoastal as you get over to Bradenton Beach, where no doubt the storm surge is going to cause some damage. So our thoughts are with those folks. Hopefully they decided to evacuate. That's a strong gust of wind. I am hearing reports of folks on Longboat Key that are calling for help. They did not evacuate. And that's not a good situation to be in, because right now first responders cannot get to you under these conditions. So, we cover this storm in real time, but in the back of our minds, we're just holding on to hope that no matter what, when it comes to the property damage, we'll deal with that in the light of day. We just want everyone to be safe. As I'm looking at some glows in the sky, some transformers perhaps that are going out again. And I think that's the main concern right now, is it's nighttime, there's no power, the wind is howling, it's a long night with no power, with howling wind, and with heavy rain. Wherever you are, just ride this thing out, be safe, and that's how you win. That's how you beat this storm. That's how you beat Hurricane Milton, is you wake up the next day, your feet hit the ground, and you can get to work and turn the page. And that's what we just got to hold on to. Don't lose sight of how special this place is. I know we deal with hurricanes. I know that it's, quite frankly, I don't want to say a certain word, but let's just say we all know that this was a heavy day and a heavy couple of days leading up to this. I'm from here. This place is personal to me. I grew up here. It's in my blood. It's part of my family, multiple generations. This is part of who I am. Let's not forget what makes Tampa Bay so beautiful and so special, and a hurricane is not going to change that. We had a bad month, and I'm not to minimize it at all, and I know it is not over, and we'll get to the other side of this, but that's the thing. We will get to the other side of it. This is a beautiful place. This is where we win Super Bowls and Stanley Cups, and we come together and we have boat parades and we create wonderful memories, and there's beautiful things to see, and I don't know these people. I went up to them randomly, and they couldn't have been nicer. It's a place where people come from other parts of the country to live their best life, their best version of that life, and it's filled with great people. And we've seen how people reacted to Helene after that. They didn't cower in fear. They came together and they did what they had to do to get people back up on their feet, and that's what they're going to do after Hurricane Milton. As soon as it's safe to get out and about, and know that the state has resources in place to get the power back on and get us back up and running. So I don't mean to preach, okay, but I'm not passing through this town. This is my home. This is my hometown, and I'm proud to say that. And I know the people of Tampa Bay. I know who you are because I'm one of you. And not only will we get through this, we will learn something from it. We will come together, and things are going to be okay. So I know it's scary. Just get through the night, and we'll get back up and running tomorrow.
Paul, you can preach anytime you want.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
Really important.
Yes, beautifully said, my friend, beautifully said. We'll check back with you in just a bit, but beautifully said. And, not being from here, born and raised in Cleveland, I have been here 20 years. It feels like home to me as well.
It's home.
But I'll tell you, it is a beautiful place to live, and we have to keep that in mind, too. And, in the winter, you're from Boston, right? We know in the winter, that's why everybody comes to Florida, and we live here, and that's why it's beautiful. Okay, we want to get to Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips. Important information right now, Paul. I'm sorry, Dennis.
Yeah, Wendy, we're about to make landfall. Landfall is about to occur, and, it could not be a better example of how wobbles can go any way and every way. Because over the last 4 or 5 hours, in fact, when it's done, we'll go back and show you, but you had dots going due north, and then all of a sudden, just boom, went right. And instead of going into northern Manatee County or even close to the bay, I suspect landfall is actually going to be around Osprey or Vamo between Sarasota and Venice. I think that's where landfall is going to occur. Now, what makes it more challenging is we always think about, you know, if you're right at the eye, that's where the heaviest winds are. Well, usually it is, but not this time, because this storm is quickly turning into more of a winter-type nor'easter storm where the winds have expanded. The storm is weakening. It's absolutely weakening. But our winds are significant. We just had a 96-mile-an-hour wind gust in St. Pete. In Sarasota, rather. St. Pete at 89. And if you look here, we still have that purple color. That is the extreme wind warning, which means winds up to about 115 miles an hour until 9:30. You take a closer look, I mean, there it is. Pinellas, Hillsborough, and most of Manatee County. And think about that. The eye is going to be down here. You normally think, okay, it's a hurricane. The heaviest winds are north and east of that eye, but in this particular case, and I think with good reason, because of all the shear that we have been just talking about, harping about for the longest time, for the last 3 or 4 days, it came to play, and in doing so, it really caused the bulk of the energy to be outside of what we typically think would be a typical tropical system right around the eye. It's on the northern eyewall, and Greg and Jason and I were talking about it. Quite often when you have a storm, this happened, was it with Helene or was it Debbie? Which was the one where it went up toward the top where the convection was?
It was Helene.
It was Helene, okay.
Yeah.
So here's what happened, I think. So you've got almost all of the deep convection, the strong storms, the heavy rain in the northern eyewall. And as this storm was going north, all of a sudden, it kind of got a little lopsided, and then all of a sudden, boom, it wobbled off to the right. It literally made a right turn. Boy, that kind of sounds familiar. It's kind of Charlie-like, doesn't it? But at the end of the day, the overall track still brings our area, and when I say our area, our core counties of Pinellas and Hillsborough, and even into Polk, because I think there's a legitimate chance that this purple box would be extended over here. I mean, I think there's at least a chance. It is going to weaken as it moves in, but we'll see if the Weather Service says, you know what, maybe Polk County might get it on the act as well. But these folks are expecting winds up to 115 miles an hour. And I've been getting some video. Last check, we had 175,000 people without power in Pinellas County. And I suspect, I have little doubt that number's probably higher now. So we still have all of this rain, and we have all of this wind, but what we are not going to see is the surge, at least in these northern counties, all right? Pasco, Pinellas, with this center, this far south and going offshore, you are having all of this water pushing offshore. Now, as it continues to move this way, it's still eventually going to push some water in. But it's not going to be anywhere near what it could have been if the track was a little closer and if the storm was a little stronger. Remember, this was Cat 5 earlier today. Now it's barely a Cat 3, soon to be a Cat 2. Tons of rain in that northern eyewall. And this might very well, I think it's going to be twofold. I mean, I think we're going to have a lot of trees down tonight, and we'll see it tomorrow. And so we have all of the power outages. We're going to have some trees on houses. You know we are. And then we have the flooding that's going on with this because this is far from over. I mean, these areas have already seen nearly a foot of rain, and there's a lot more on the way. So flash flooding.
analyzing our group, figuring out who plays well with who. Some stuff we stayed away from tonight. So we're still very much into, analyzing our group, figuring out who plays well with who. Some stuff we stayed away from tonight because I've already seen enough in practice. I felt super confident about certain combinations. Other ones I wasn't as sure about. So, that ultimately was it. And was just something we'll continue to evaluate and really have a lot to chew on from this game film.
Why did you choose to observe the first half and coach the second half?
Yeah, you just get a different perspective. That was kind of a last minute decision, to be honest. I went to bed last night thinking I was going to coach the whole time, but the more I thought about it, I just kind of want to just take myself away from it and get a different perspective. I've done that before when I was a head coach in previous stops, and it just kind of allows you to see things differently, which I was sitting with Doug Stewart, our chief of staff, and I was telling him, man, I'm actually really glad I decided to do that because I was able to take a lot of notes and saw things that I probably wouldn't have seen had I been the coach of one of the teams.
Does Jaguar's passing ability remind you of anyone when you see him handle the raw condition?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it does. I mean, he's obviously not nearly the player, but I'm comparing stuff to NBA because that's what I'm used to. But he makes a lot of similar passes that LeBron makes, just in terms of his size. I'm not saying he's LeBron, so don't misquote me on that. But just his ability to see the low man, his ability to see the roller, read the defense, quarterback to Jim. At his size, tonight was actually, I thought, the best he's looked against aggressive pick and roll coverage. He's starting to kind of figure out the cadence of how to back dribble and give himself more time, like a quarterback, kind of dropping back in shotgun. But yeah, his passing is special.
Have you noticed him kind of able to really soak up this new experience for him? Because he's played in some pretty big moments with Madrid and everything, international experience, but it seems like he's enjoying kind of being a college student in a lot of ways. Like we saw him dive into the rock at Marriott Madness and kind of stared up at the crowd a little bit tonight, that kind of thing. Have you noticed sort of that side of him?
I have noticed it. Yeah, it's awesome. I think he's really, he loves Provo. He's told me many times, I love this place, and he's really soaking in the experience. I think the community's been awesome to him. Like the thing you're talking about at the Madness when he's up with the crowd, that was really cool. I sent that to his family. They thought it was awesome. So it's cool to see him, just kind of taking it all in and having fun with it.
Which guys helped themselves tonight as far as getting, earning playing time?
Yeah, I mean, and just this will kind of be the norm for me, so you guys know. I'm not a super opinionated guy after the game. I got to go back and watch the film and really educate myself. But, I think human nature, when the ball goes in the basket, guys look good, right? And so, I thought Mihailo in that first part of that first run looked really good, and he made... essentially he showed exactly why we wanted him here. He's versatile. He can play multiple positions. He's smart. He can make shots. And so that stood out for sure. I hadn't seen his aggressive rim attacks like I saw. I saw that on film when we were recruiting him, but tonight I thought he was good there. I thought Mag made Mag-type plays, as far as being a hustle guy and rebounding. You can go down the list. A bunch of guys played well. Cannon's shot making was on display. Jaegor's passing was on display. Dallin had moments. Richie had moments. So you could go down the list, but we'll dive into it. That's just bird's eye view kind of thing. Now we'll really dive in and see schematically and from a tactical standpoint, who was making mistakes and what we can clean up.
Who were the head coaches in the first half? Did you sign a certain guys was it Fanning?
So Tim was with the, so I have kind of a football type staff, right? So Tim was the acting head coach, and with Brandon Dunson and John Linehan coaching the defense, and on the other side, Will was the acting head coach, and Burgess was running the offense, and we had some of our GAs and some of our young guys in there getting some experience as well.
Can anything be read into the fact that the starting five on the white team that you coached in the second half?
No.
Okay. And on the film thing, we get that from Kalani all the time. I got to watch the film, so.
Spoken like a true coach.
Considering you've been watching these guys for months and it's scrimmage between them, how much do you and your coaching staff get out of a situation like this, a blue and white scrimmage?
It's a great question because I got my defensive coach crying about us giving up 30 points in a 12-minute thing, and my offensive coach feeling great. And so literally just said, hey, I want you to have a defensive edit ready for tomorrow, and I want you to have an offensive ready for tomorrow. And Will's response was like, it might be a lot of the same clips, you know. Was it bad offense or good offense and just bad defense or vice versa? But that's tough. I mean, that's the hard part about, you know, going against yourself and makes it tricky. But, you know, there's definitely stuff we'll be able to learn from.
Catching's three-point ability, is that what you've been seeing in camp and summer practices all off-season?
Yeah, he's just got a gift. You know, he's just a natural scorer. He can put the ball in the basket, and at 6'9", he can get shots off. You know, he was a guy that we really wanted because he's different than everyone we have. And, you know, he's a guy that can bail you out in a lot of dry possessions with his shot making. You know, I'm on him constantly about, you know, his defense. Not that it's poor, but I just think if he can really guard, it's going to just put our team and him in a whole different hemisphere, because offensively he's going to be as talented as anybody that we play against.
2 more questions. And this, you can't give specific names, but this weekend you got some big visitors coming. What do you want to accomplish out of when you get guys to come visit on official visits, and what are you looking to accomplish in that setting when it comes to recruiting?
I think the biggest thing we want to accomplish is just giving them a firsthand look of why I personally think that, you know, we're a unique situation for certain guys. Is one. 2 is, you know, showing off Provo and showing off our campus, showing off our community, showing off the passion of the fans. So hopefully, you know, we'll be able to achieve those 2 things. We feel great about things we have lined up and really excited about it.
Last question.
What do you want or need to accomplish between now and the opening game on November 5th?
Just repetitions. You know, I think I've said this to the players, the coaches, and actually I believe the media as well. You know, when I put together the staff that I put together, I got guys for a lot of reasons. I think the recruiting has kind of shown itself as far as like guys having connections all over the world. But all these guys are multifaceted coaches, so now we're transitioning more into the schematic side, and so they all come from unique backgrounds. You know, Will's coached in the Olympics, he's coached in Africa, he's coached in the G League and the NBA. You know, Tim's coached in the Euro League. Burgess, JL, and Brandon have all coached high-level college, and so I did that on purpose because I don't know everything, right? And I love learning new things, and so and honestly, it's probably slowed down our progress a little bit early on because we're trying things. Guys have ideas. I get intrigued. I want to see it. But I think we're trimming the fat at this point. I feel like I've seen pretty much enough of the tweaking and the experimentation. So the ultimate answer to your question is just shoring up what we're doing and just having rep on rep on rep and really getting to the point where the guys know exactly what we want them to do on both sides.
Yes, thank you.
Appreciate it, everybody. Yep.
Have fun, Kentucky Sports Radio. it's reading and everything.
Go and say his name. We got 3. We want to hear you.
Yep, there are 3.
That's how we see him.
Ooh, Mihai. Come on, dude.
Hi guys, yeah, Dylan Hall, Yegor Demon, not Denim, and Mihailo Boskovic. Open up for questions.
Not everyone at once.
What do you guys feel like what do you feel like you guys accomplished tonight? What were you looking to accomplish in the scrimmage?
I think tonight was just a good night for us to kind of get some jitters out, play in front of our crowd, play as a team, and I thought it was really good for all of us to just be in that environment. You know, there's a little more pressure than practice, and so I thought it was really good. The Rock showed out. Shout out everyone that pulled up, and yeah, I think that's what we accomplished.
Yeah, I mean, I have the same idea, and just was really cool to feel this score for the first time, and yeah, just see the Rock over there, feel this energy, and just play, have fun.
Yeah, I don't got much to add. Just like we try to have fun out there, try some things that we were establishing this past month or so, and just try to play basketball. We saw how arena can be crowded. It wasn't a half full, I think. It was just rocking, so I can't wait to be full in front of the crowd. Yeah.
Yegor, you played in some pretty big kind of moments, tournaments, that kind of thing with Madrid and back home and all of that. Where does kind of the basketball fandom, I guess, of Provo and BYU sort of rate, in your opinion?
To be honest, it's not even close to the places where I've been playing. And I was in many different gyms, so loud, many people, but it's just different energy, different atmosphere. And yeah, I mean, it's just really fun to be there. I can say for everybody that we've been enjoying a lot just being at this gym today.
Igor, how's this BYU experience been so far since you arrived on campus, and just everything that BYU's kind of encompassed for you?
It was great. It was like people asking me about this and thinking I'm lying sometimes because how emotional I'm saying that. But this is true with all my heart. I'm really enjoying my life in here, and not only talking about the court and being with the team in the gym, but also outside. And yeah, I can't complain about anything.
What do you feel like this team's capable of this season with all the options you guys have?
We are not having any limits on our team this year, and we just working out really hard, getting better, and yeah, we're coming to a season with the idea of winning every game.
Mahalo, is that how you say it?
Close enough.
You got kind of a late start, a late addition. Do you feel like you've caught up now, or do you feel like you're still kind of catch up with the rest of the guys?
Well, like personally, just meeting everybody, enjoying everybody. Everybody's great. I met a lot of people, so in 1 month, I think I accomplished that. Basketball-wise, I think there's a lot of stuff to implement yet. We're still like, I still feel like we have a lot of stuff to implement in all our games, but I'm catching up. It's still a long way to go, but season starting in 30 days, so have time, and yeah.
Dylan, we haven't seen any practices, so did what we see out there, is that what's been happening in practice with Foose taking threes and you and Diego playing against each other and Caleb dunking? Is that kind of what you guys have been doing?
Lots of me and Yegor playing against each other. Foose making threes. That was new.
That was new for everybody. It was new for everybody.
I knew he had it in him. He's Steph Curry for sure. And he's going to be letting us hear about that for the next couple weeks. He's probably got the green light. But I think that was a good insight of what we're trying to do. I still think we have a little ways to go, and that's going to come with playing together for this next month and learning each other's tendencies and just developing that team chemistry, but I think you see a glimpse of what we're capable of, and we're excited to just keep getting better every day because, like Yegor said, there's no limits for this team, and it's just about staying present.
Alan, are players getting a sense of how the rotations will be, who the starting five might be? Are you guys there yet as far as players knowing and what your roles will be?
No, as of right now, everyone's just competing at a really high level, and coach is kind of figuring that out. And the great thing about the guys that coach has brought in and kept here is the only thing on everyone's mind is winning. So we're going to put that first. Everyone's going to sacrifice for the team, and that should take care of itself.
3 more questions.
Alan, how do you think you're coming along in terms of learning this new system and running it the way Kevin Young wants it to be run?
I think it's a work in progress. I think Coach Young is a phenomenal coach. He inspires us to play with a lot of confidence. I will say that Coach Young did an incredible job of bringing in the right players. Obviously, like these two right here, all the guys in the locker room, I'm surrounded by NBA talent, right? And so we have the pieces. Coach is coaching us, and I feel like it's coming along. I'm just trying my best to fulfill my role for this team.
2 more questions.
Mihailo, what was it about BYU that you felt like this was the place for you to take your college basketball?
Well, I had a talk with Coach Young. It was like kind of beginning of summer, and I was just like thinking about it, and it just whatever he said, I thought it was great. He was an NBA coach, so he knows how to coach basketball, of course, but he knows all those nuances and stuff that he's trying to bring into our playing style. So I was just intrigued with that opportunity to learn something new, to get better. That was my main goal. And basketball wise, yeah, just like great program. A lot of coaches, a lot of people who help us every day to get better, trying to teach us new things. So that's what I came for.
Last question. Yegor Trevor now, we asked him, what is Yegor doing good? And he said, everything. When you hear that, what does that mean?
That means a lot for me because I'm spending so many time with this guy in the workouts and team practices and just outside. We're just spending a lot of time together and looking for this chemistry that we already feel, but we didn't even start to play yet. So yeah, this means more than a lot for me. I just love this guy and I love to play with him, spend time with him. Same as with all these guys around me. Yeah, I would say that.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
Yeah. Bueno, ya un poco.
I know, right? The buzz is gone.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Look forward to seeing y'all.
Hey, Kaz.